guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Anonymous Bites back. We're going to discuss Afghanistan, the Panjshir Valley, a dead drummer, and apparently we're discussing a thing called cut too, drugs.
Wait, how did a dead drummer make its way onto Anonymous Bites back?
I don't know. Someone suggested it. It's that easy.
Okay, so a drummer died. If you're an Aerosmith fan and you came here just because that in the title, then you got clickbaited. Stay for some real shit.
Whoop-de-doo. The thing that most concerns me about what's going on in Afghanistan is that the Panjshir Valley has a resistance movement that is going on with Masood, who is the ex-Mujahideen's son, and he's already reclaimed 3 provinces. And the Taliban, there's already been scuffles with the Taliban, where they tried to, 2 days ago, they tried to say, hey, will you peacefully give up your shit? And he's like, fuck no. And to be honest, the Taliban kind of, I don't know what their stance is on it, but I know that they're not gonna stand for long with Masood reclaiming territories with a small army.
I know the guy you're talking about, Tyler, and what this guy does. This guy supposedly, the provinces he's reclaimed are all opium poppies. And what it is, that's what Russia attacked them for in the beginning. Yeah. Because 90% of the world's heroin comes from Afghanistan. And of course,
the media and blind eye to it, right? The whole resistance.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
The CIA is nuts deep in this. I mean,
I was saying that to my friends, and I thought I was the only one who thought it. That was like an FSB or CIA operation.
Oh, it's all CIA. What they've done is they've created a network. They've blasted. If you look at Russia, where Russia had attacked, the whole everything close, USSR, close to Afghanistan, they have just flooded with heroin, and they're selling it for nothing. I mean, just dimes on the dollar, and that's why Putin's so pissed. It's like, here the CIA's now in charge of everything, and it's still flooding in. I'd hack your shit too, and I'd rig your elections. I'd do whatever I had to do to get you out of there if you're flooding my whole neighborhood with drugs.
But Americans must be down in control of both sides, because the Taliban is also historically paid by the USA, and the other groups are also saying the Taliban, that is just the Americans in control again, right? It's the same story all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, recall back to the end of Rambo 3, which was dedicated to the brave Mujahideen fighters.
Yeah, they were trained by the CIA.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No, it's like Mexico here too. It was the same thing. Right out there where towards Tyler and stuff, where this black tar heroin and all that stuff's coming from. And in the 1941 and 1942, the United States went to Mexico, taught these people how to grow opium poppies because we couldn't get drugs from Afghanistan because Germany was there. So, and these people, they just never quit growing it.
But like I said, they don't just have opioids, they also have
Pomegranates is huge out there. Yeah.
You get these people, they got either field of weed. Well, the weed, Mexico's pretty well quit growing weed because weed's everywhere. I mean, everybody can grow that now. It doesn't matter if you got a closet with a light. But
same in rural parts of Lebanon, they have a lot of drug lords growing weed just out in the open. They don't care. Yeah.
Well, but see that's special. They turn most of the Lebanese they turn into hash, which is different. Which that's a specialty mostly to Europe anymore, because everybody like you're out in California, you can make that shit at home. It don't cost you nothing. But
why do you guys honestly think that the Panjshir Valley thing is not being widespread, giving people in Afghanistan hope? Because I'm pretty sure they don't know there's a resistance movement brewing.
Well, it's the same thing between Kashmir. It's the same exact thing as in the Kashmir Valley between India and Pakistan.
Yeah.
Those people, I watch them every day. There's some good people on Twitter you can watch that they show these guns that are for sale in every city. They tell you what's for sale, what's not for sale. But it's all. It's not. It doesn't fit their purpose for that day. It's like now. You got everything that is going on here with Afghanistan and Biden saying he's going to get everybody out by the 31st, which he ain't going to get them out by the 31st of December. But they'll change the subject. All of a sudden we'll have COVID type E here in another week if they don't get them out.
Well, the Netherlands had its last plane leaving Afghanistan today. So everybody who's left behind is pretty much fucked.
Yeah, but they're sending more soldiers to there for evacuation of civilians and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Mark. Actually, the Netherlands has evacuated over 20,000 people out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, and
one of my friends in the military said that the Air Force Reserve activated CRAF, which is it's like a civilian division where they fly planes, and they were asking CRAF to get it activated to get more planes over there to fly people out. So I'm like,
well, the European Union has the Netherlands, the Dutch, they've done so much. People don't give them credit because Germany's next door. Germany hasn't done much more than what you have over there. They've flown out, last I heard, was 105,000 people so far from Afghanistan. And the United States is only responsible for like 66,000.
Yep. And the people who are still there are pretty much fucked because all the countries around Afghanistan don't want refugees, so they are kind of stranded on a little island there, right?
Yeah, but didn't they? That's the big thing with Merkel. Mark knows about me, and I'm mostly German. I've got a lot of friends, and most of the people I talk to are in Germany. But they flooded all these countries with these refugees from Syria, and they don't even know where the hell half of them are from. And these people, they're mad. I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, I can't blame the Germans. These people are getting like, they get a 10,000 Deutschquart, marks every month, and then they turn around and they're living in a 5,000 square foot, which would probably be about 1,000 square meter house.
They don't Deutschmark anymore. We have euro here.
We all use Monopoly now.
Yep.
We don't use
We have
zeros. We're going to cryptos. Where's AK?
no, not crypto.
You can summon him by just talking crypto.
Crypto, he's probably sleeping in his crypto swimming pool.
Bitcoin is for homos.
Oh man, then I
I would say
really
that
gay.
too.
I was going to say crypto, like, you know.
I was just trying to summon AK.
I was gonna.
All I was doing was trying to summon AK. I don't mean to disparage anyone.
No, I know it.
People who
I'm the
like
same
Bitcoin.
way.
You're
No,
like,
I'm the same way, but Ethereum's the shit. Forget
the other way
Bitcoin.
now.
and summon AK. Crypto. Crypto.
Yeah, please don't do that, Ted.
Where's Thor?
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
No.
That's not stunning that. That's a night. It's been a long week already. Undercuts.
Man, I met him down here. He came down here for November 5th. And I don't know, he wouldn't ever let me tell it because he tries to attack me every time he sees me anymore. But he came to Tampa, Florida for November 5th for the Million Mass March. He come up there and he took off with a couple guys and went and bought drugs. No, not marijuana, but they went and bought drugs all day. That that was before March. Then they showed up. He showed up at the end of the march. Man, we're standing there face to face talking, and he didn't even know who the hell I was.
Guys, I can confirm crypto AK is on the way. He heard Steve say Bitcoin is for homos, so he's coming now.
Does his ass hurt?
Oh, did you guys hear about the Poly network hacker where he stole 600 million and then gave it back and they gave him a job?
Yeah, Polygon? Yeah.
Yeah.
I own Polygon. I own a bunch of Polygon. I own a bunch of cryptos myself. But,
Yeah, that guy stole 600 million. That's got to be the biggest money hack ever.
No, the biggest money hack was when they got Ethereum, when they forced it to hard fork. Like 6 years ago, they got what would be equivalent now to probably 100 million. Really easy. And
This was 600 million he stole. I think.
no, I think it was 6.5 million. If I
Was
remember
it?
right, I'm not sure. I have to really look, Tyler. I don't want to correct you. Be wrong, but
But he was also enticing them and writing little notes in the TX memos or the transmission memos.
Yeah.
You can do that, and he was like hilarious. It was the most. He's like, why don't you come and find me, bitches?
well, that's like down here. We got this sheriff that's world famous called Grady Judd. This guy is like the guy that you don't want to mess with in your whole life. He is the hardest. He's the real deal. That's like some. Well, Glory knows who he is. I know, but Glory last month. Grady Judd.
Unfortunately.
But last month, Grady Judd got up. All his SWAT teams, all his extra deputies, everybody else, they all dressed up in their body armor. They went to this storage unit, and it was supposed to be the biggest marijuana grow in the United States history. And they break in the doors, and it's just a wall of GPUs where they're mining Bitcoin. How much of an ass do you think he looked like?
Oh, because of electricity. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Wasn't the State Department also allegedly hit with some kind of cyber attack recently? Or
Probably.
I don't even. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
they're
always hit. Yeah, they're hit all the time. It's no big deal. You got the North Koreans and the Chinese and the Russians, which
It's Lazarus.
we don't-
Lazarus specifically.
It's a big deal though when they use it as pretext to, increase cybersecurity measures.
Well, whenever you guys see a monetary hack, it's usually Lazarus. That's how North Korea funds itself through stealing money and selling drugs.
well, I've dealt with Lazarus if you really want to know the truth. You know,
I don't.
And they're out. You know, I mean, actually, the first people that deal with them is out of New Zealand.
Really?
Yeah, and it's back in the old ice days, back from the late '90s. They all got hooked up, and they're the ones that went and credited and coded Alibaba. And Alibaba is the biggest thieves you'll ever see. I'm going to tell you that now. You know, it might be the biggest merchant in the world. It's bigger than Amazon. But those are the same people that are connected with North Korea and Indonesia and stuff. They're the same people.
Well, I remember Lazarus Group was active during Operation Icarus already. They were like hiding behind Operation Icarus stuff.
That's right. The Bank of Bangladesh hack happened when Icarus was going on.
Yeah.
They got away with $88 million. That was crazy. That was like a real... Like, if you guys ever seen the Ocean's 8 or Ocean's 11, that the Bank of Bangladesh hack was... It was straight out of a fucking movie, because they cashed out in Indonesia. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's the same people, and what they did is there was another real hack that happened over there too, where they hit the casinos that in Indonesia, and that I can't remember the guy's name. I'm sure you probably know it, Tyler, but anyway, the guy that owns all the casinos in Indonesia and Thailand and stuff, they stole $80 million from this guy, and he never even reported it to the feds, because he knew he couldn't recoup it, because half of it was stolen anyway.
We have to...
Because they launder money. What they're doing is now, you know, in the United States, this is something that most people don't know, and as you can research it, and it'll come out 100% true of what I say, is like the Mexicans are, you know, the Colombians run the drug market, Mexicans smuggling in the United States, but the Chinese are collecting the money. And then what they're doing is laundering it back into Mexico. But all the big drug operations here, Mexicans don't come get that cash when the guy owes them the money. You know, what they got that one guy down there 2 years ago with $235 million cash in his house. And now he's suing the U.S. government for $300 million to get it back.
Okay, guys, I have to mention something real fast in between. This is completely unrelated to anything we will discuss tonight, but it is about a petition for Xel. Xel is an anon who was arrested. I'm just going to read it for listeners, and that is Xel is an anonymous member who got arrested for carrying out cyber attacks on the Spanish government as part of a large cyber campaign in support of Catalan people. The Spanish government has used violence and force during the uprising on Catalonia. Anonymous has taken action back on 2017 and 2018 to support the protests and against the government fascist repression on peaceful protesters. The purpose of this cyber campaign was not to harm the people. The purpose was to oppose the Spanish government oppressive response on Catalans. Xel is someone who was fighting for the people. His desire was to make this world a better place for everyone by opposing any kind of tyranny, oppression and corruption. Xel will be sentenced for at least 10 years in prison. This is unacceptable for someone who was fighting for freedom. Xel is not a cyber criminal. He's an activist who was fighting for all of us, and this is why we, Anonymous, ask for your help to demand the immediate release of Xel. And there is this petition going on, and free Xel, and it has been going on for a while, but they're spreading it again. So you want to sign it? It's the XELJ, so free XELJ, which is Xel.
I got the link here.
Post the link. Well, post it in the chat.
He's actually a really good guy, and he's been with us for a long time, and I know him really well, and he's absolutely not a criminal, it's true, and he was just fighting for human rights, and I can't even confirm or deny he was involved in anything illegal, but that's their statement.
There's neither is Julian Assange, neither is Commander X. They are not criminals.
No.
No.
They are fighters, right?
Well, Well, in the Catalan case, he's definitely not a criminal because of the way they've been treating these people. And I know some stuff they've been doing, and they will never admit to it, the Spanish government. But they knew that the terrorist group was going to bomb in Barcelona, make bombs explode in Barcelona. They were aware of it before it happened, and they never stepped in. Well, they could because they had access to the email addresses of the terrorist groups, and they just let it go, and it was only to hurt the locals there. So the Spanish government are guilty of murder on innocent people. So I'm just going to say that real quick. Yeah.
You can go on about that all night. There's a Catalonia channel up here. I don't know if a lot of people can see it or not, but I mean, we've had the people on there a few times, more than a few, bunch of times, and that's a terrible situation over there.
I also posted the link in the YouTube chat, by the way.
I'm not sure if listeners realize that this is one of the main reasons why Julian Assange lost his internet connection, because the Catalans voted for independence with over 90%, but they wanted to be independent, and then it was denied and their politicians were arrested, and media was silent about it except for one big media outlet, that was WikiLeaks. And Assange was very vocal in supporting Free Catalonia, and he even said that he was not political and he doesn't make a choice for them or whatever, but he said with over 90% voting for independence, this is a democratic election result and needs to be respected. And that is when
but this is a struggle that for a long time already, that Catalonia wants to be independent. This is a struggle that is going on for many decades already, right?
Yeah, and that's why it is ironic that when WikiLeaks, when Assange spoke out for Catalonia, that Spain actually used a former colony of them to silence him, because Assange was in the Ecuadorian embassy, and Ecuador is a former Spanish colony, and they silenced Assange then by cutting off his internet, because the Spanish government clearly has power there.
Mark, I don't think people, people, we talk about Assange all the time, and we've been doing this for a long time. I mean, a long time. The whole activists and everything. Julian Assange has lost over 11 years of his life sitting there right now. I mean, 11 years.
Yep.
That's a long damn time. And this stuff with Afghanistan fits right into it, because they're trying to convict him of releasing videos that were associated with Afghanistan. And Afghanistan's over. I mean, everything he said was the truth. You can't kill the truth. You can kill us, you can come ban me, you can kick me every 3 minutes off the server, whatever else. But you're not going to ever silence the truth, and that's what's something that's always going to keep going. And we need to get younger generations and keep them involved. That just the truth's the truth. Don't ever believe what you hear. Research everything, and that's the same thing with Assange in Catalonia. He was one of the first people that actually backed them up.
Well, telling the truth nowadays apparently is not allowed anymore, right? With this,
how can they're chasing us. We're not chasing them. They're 10 years behind what we can do. I can promise you that. I mean, they can't bust 128-bit encryption. And I can get 256 or 512 if I take day to do it, but I'm saying they can't. It drives me so crazy, because I've been doing this since I was a kid, and it was a wild west, and you could do everything you wanted to do on the internet. I mean, you could have fun, and then all of a sudden it became commercial. Once it became commercial, the governments want to tax it, and once that happens, they want to control it. and then Europe. Then all of a sudden we go into been through this war with Europe about censorship, United States without censorship, and China firewall, which don't exist if you don't want it to. You can get right. If any of you need to know how to get through the firewall, China, ask me. In some DM or something, I'll show you. It's not hard, but they still got the people as prisoners.
The thing is, we are supposed to be living in a democracy, right? But this is more becoming a dictatorship, because if you tell the truth in a democracy as we're supposed to live in, we get censored, right?
Exactly. Well, it's like
Assange isn't a
only.
democracy.
You guys know that democracy
Assange
doesn't mean much, right? I mean, a democracy is a dictatorship of the majority if you don't have like a valid constitution or a list of human rights guaranteed.
Right, exactly, Mark. If you look up what democracy is, and then compare it to what the United States is supposed to be, we're a republic, which is totally different than democracy.
Yeah, you have a constitution.
Europe is democratic. Europe has a. That's what I'm saying. Once you're a republic, it's like
representative democracy, Hans.
And
well, you can be a representative democracy, but still, you still have to have part of the republic in there to actually, vote for your own laws and vote for your own rules. It's like we're 50. United States, we're 50 states. They can't the government can't come in and pass laws that cover all 50 states. Where, because everybody's so different. You know that because you live on the West Coast now, so you know how different it is than out here. We're the rednecks. Hey, we're in the rednecks. Here in the land of cotton. I mean, we can sing, whatever, but...
but if you declare martial law, they can dictate, right?
Martial law was something written under the Geneva Convention, and that was something that has been exploited and turned around sideways 100 times. And I'm going to tell you, in the United States, it's different than it is in Amsterdam, or it's different than it is in all the Netherlands, Europe, or wherever. There's over 650 million guns in the United States. Who the hell is going to come collect them? I mean, who's going to come get them? I mean, you're not going to go. The cops and the military. They're not going to go take their mom and dad's guns. They're not going to take their neighbors' guns. I mean, it ain't going to happen. That's why that's why we're free and we don't worry about Russia and we don't worry about China. Is because. I mean, you come at my house, I'll guarantee I'll be shooting 50 cal at your ass from 3 miles away. I mean, you keep coming closer and you'll get more, I live in the swamp. These people are crazy.
Right.
You ain't taking their guns.
They think they're going to try to take the guns, though. Like we introduced Minuteman militia in Missouri, reinstated the right to bear arms and form a militia, and we're about to be heard in St. Louis's lovely little corrupt county there in the Supreme Court to see if the feds can take our guns, which they can't, but we'll see what the Supreme Court says.
They can't take your guns. I'm gonna tell you now, it's never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen, right? Regardless.
What happened under Obama was the worst one, and this is we got Biden now. That's Obama 2.0. What Biden did is he's sitting back here listening to Susan Rice, out of Chicago, which is they're how safe it is in Chicago. Yeah, we can walk down the street there. But what Obama did is Obama bought up all the ammo he could buy. He bought up billions of rounds of ammo from the companies and made an ammo shortage because he can't get the guns, so he made an ammo shortage. Biden's trying to do the same thing, but you're not going to come get this. I mean, you're not taking guns from Americans. I mean, I don't care who you are, when you are. your son's not going to come take your guns from you. Your nephew's not going to come to your grandfather's house and take his gun from him either. And if they do start banning guns, you fly over the United States like I'm sure most of us have, fly over. It'll look like Gopher Community, because there'll be shit buried everywhere from here to China. I mean, they'll have more stuff buried than you want to think of.
And by the way, the Netherlands is supposed to be a democracy, but actually, technically, we're still a monarchy, right?
Well, that's why I said if you look up, Ted, that's why I said if you look up the word democracy and actually look at it, it's not what you think a republic is. There's totally different things there. I mean, you're not voting. You can't vote. They didn't script you when they started the EU. They script all of you, all your rights. I mean, you got people in Brussels that are making laws for you. I mean, it doesn't matter if they tell you that you can't. I got friends in Germany that tell me they own $100,000 BMWs, but they can't drive it to work but once a week or twice a week because they got tag readers monitoring how much fuel they use. That's no democracy.
Big Brother is always watching. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. And like I said, in a democracy, technically, we are not supposed to be silenced for telling the truth, but
well,
we
I'm
are.
not sure if that's true. I'm not sure if that is true, because I think we're attributing.
Mark's right.
Well, we're attributing far too many things to the word democracy, which only means the majority decides.
Well, Mark's right. It's right over like the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is a democracy, but there is no free speech. You out there? What just happened when our buddy run down the road with a? It was supposed to say cops kill, but it turned around and it said kill cops, and they go locking people up for a sign. You don't have free speech,
Well,
and it's getting more.
I just mean if the majority decides, and if you. Okay, so if you don't have any human rights law, any human rights protection, any constitution, if the majority decides to kill everyone over the age of 40, then everyone over the age of 40 is going to die. Is that easy?
Yep.
Sounds like COVID to me.
Oh, don't get me started about COVID. But by the way, Hans, England is technically also still a monarchy. They still have a queen.
No, but they're just tokens. They don't have any control. The Parliament controls the UK. That went out years ago.
Technically, it's still a monarchy. Not yes. But anyway.
Actually, they stopped it in, I think, 1965, I think, was the last time that the monarchy actually had a vote in Parliament. They don't have any votes. What they do is they pay them a token amount of money every year for being like royalty, whatever the hell that is. But Parliament's took care of everything else since then. They pass all the laws, they enforce the laws, but it's still a democracy.
They do have one big power, the royal family. That's called like grace. And that is like, when someone gets arrested, they can like get you out of prison. That's one big.
Like a pardon.
Yeah, what that is, that's the same thing as it's the same thing as United States. It's diplomatic immunity is what it's called. That's why, like Assange, most people don't realize that Assange, biggest reason he's being held right now, and like Trump didn't, drop the charges on him, and why Biden didn't drop charges on him, is because the United States wants Prince William's ass for the Epstein stuff. Okay? As long as they're holding Assange, we will never get Prince William.
I don't think they will get Assange in the end, though. The UK is not going to give him to the US, but they're going to make it very difficult.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What they're doing is they're using the Prince William stuff, because they want him in this Epstein pedo island stuff that when we were talking about back Pizzagate and all that, I mean, people hated us. We got banned. I think we got thrown off YouTube 5 times or something. But anyway,
Be honest. When Assange gets extradited to America, he will never ever get a fair trial. Trial.
Like, he's not going to be extradited.
Oh,
It's impossible.
no.
The center of power in the world is not in the U.S. That's an illusion. I don't believe that. I think the center of power is still in the city of
I
London.
agree, Mark.
I think the center of power is in the world of finance, and that is in the city of London, who own part of the Federal Reserve Bank. So I think the real power.
Or the Vatican.
Those who control the economy control the world, right?
Well, there's only 3 cities in the world that are immune from everything, and that's Washington D.C., London, and the Vatican. That's it.
Yeah.
They're their own governments. They take their own stuff. It's like
You gotta specify with City of London though, because City of London is different than London.
Yeah, it's
Exactly,
a tiny
Steve.
area. It's a tiny area
Yeah,
where
yeah.
the banking world is, and
But that's a distinction with a difference. So it's
But what I'm saying is those 3 places are immune from they're not controlled by the governments that they live around or anything else. They do their own thing. You know what I'd do? I'd give my left nut and 10 plus just to get into Vatican archives one time. I'd love to just look around. I mean, I don't care. I won't take anything or nothing, but I mean, man, they're the richest people on earth. I mean, how can you?
What
The
you're talking
Vatican.
about is like a little place within London, like it is the Wall Street of London, right? All the banking and all the stock market is, right?
Well, you'll never get there because remember what happened like 7 years ago. I think it was 6 or so. I have to look it up real quick. I don't want to misquote anything or say anything wrong. 6 or 7 years ago, the Swiss banks have always been the place for everybody to hide their money in the world. Well, all of a sudden the EU decided they got to disclose everything. You know, and everybody run for the hills, and half of them you've never even heard of again.
yeah.
These people are immune.
You don't even want to know how much mafia money was there, how much former Nazi money was there in Switzerland, right?
It's still there, and they're not disclosed. And there's hundreds of millions of dollars of Nazi gold still in Swiss banks and their safes that they will never get rid of because there's nobody going to come claim it.
Didn't just go
No,
there,
because
though, I went here too, but yeah.
I'm a World War II freak. I've got a master's degree in U.S. history and world history, man. I mean, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the city of London
The
is,
Nazis are another subject.
City of London is owned by, I think, that's not by the government, it's owned by the City of London Corporation. So, that's where it starts already. And I saw even like at the Old Bailey that it is, under the logo you see it is a corporation, it's owned by a corporation. And that was what shocked most of us too, like we saw that on this little sign. I have made pictures of it too.
Or copyright sign?
Well, see, what they've done is but what they've done is this. What everybody's missed, and this is the funniest. It's not funny. It's actually sad as hell about the whole thing. Is these corporations that own, like the Vatican, London, and Washington D.C. They broke up the whole world into like 7 places of fresh water, and water's the next world war. And India and China are already fighting over it. But there's only like Viola, Nestle, Coca-Cola, and one other company that owns the majority of the world's water. Probably under the house you live on, they probably own it.
Well, it is the most important resource that we have, right? Water.
Well, I mean,
It is.
Kamala Harris herself was like basically saying that how the next wars will be fought over water, which was obviously like a future projection. On top of the fact that there is a clear agenda to commodify all parts of nature, and of course water would fall into that.
Water's all in nature, if you really want to know the truth. That's like, I've spent years in Los Angeles, but I'll tell you what, if I disrupted the Los Angeles River running down from San Francisco, you got over 40 million people now. Almost, 38 million, I think, last count I saw. And there's only enough water in Southern California to supply 2 million people. That's it. It would be a desert, like Saudi Arabia, that all of the Middle East that imports 90% of their water from the rest of the world. If we took their water away, we'd never have to shoot a gun. We wouldn't have no nuclear weapons. We wouldn't have to fight with them about anything. We could just stop the water.
Okay, Famman says a group of merchants from way back around the same time Russia took control of Bank of England. Well, the city of London was given special powers by not by the British royal family, but by a Norman conqueror, William the Conqueror, and it is about in the year 1000 something when he conquered it, and they stripped it later on. The UK stripped the powers later on, the UK Parliament, but it was restored the power by the Glorious Revolution, which was done by the Dutch army when they took control over England. And they said,
yeah, they tore down Hadrian's Wall.
No, it was okay. So the Glorious Revolution was in the 1700s, right? Around 1690, and they took control over United Kingdom, and they went on the throne as William and his wife Mary. That's why all the center of power in the world was moved from Amsterdam to London, because the Dutch royal family took control over London, and that was there like the private little city. So they moved all the power to there.
All the royal with each other, right? They are all family of each other. All the royal family.
Exactly. Ted. They're all a bunch of all of Europe. They're all inbred. Every single one of them. That's why, like William, King William II or whatever had a hunchback. I mean, that was back in 1700. They're inbred, man. I mean, that whole place was taken over by the same people, and it wasn't funny because they were
Habsburgs had
and that's because of a rule that royalty back then could only marry royalty. So, yeah.
Yeah, but this is a little bit.
Because they had to maintain the bloodlines. It was like the Habsburgs were famous for having a blood disease.
This is a little bit more powerful royalty than Queen Elizabeth sitting there, right? This is a different type of royalty. These are the conquerors, right? And they also later on went from Leiden City to London went on the Mayflower to the United States, incorporated the United States. So
who came to the United States? Who came to the United States?
Well, you had the pilgrims. You had the pilgrims who came from Leiden. Originally, came actually from England. Went to Leiden, then back to England.
I mean, but why did they come to the United States?
I'm not sure. I think they needed a new company. But, yeah.
No, because they were Quakers, and they came here to escape the Church of England.
That is true.
And what happened was...
And there were also, business charters, people looking for profit. That's how Jamestown got started. But
Jamestown we know little about. Jamestown actually is something that, there were 3 Jamestowns, but the original one, they really don't know much about. But this is when the UK and the Dutch and Spain ran the world. I mean, they ran the whole. They ravaged, Africa. They ravaged South America. They ravaged America. Portuguese, yeah. I mean, but they're Spanish, so that's like Gaza to Israel. But
and that's the point there. The Vikings actually were first in America, the northern part of America.
The Vikings were here way before the Spanish ever came.
Yeah, Eric the Red, 800 AD, came to America. Canada.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they left marks here that nobody can even. We've got big boulders where they carved into it and stuff. Back way before the Spanish came.
I think officially they didn't go even. Officially, I think they didn't go beyond Greenland and Newfoundland. I think, but I think they went much further in. Yeah.
They actually went
Yeah,
into
but like
Massachusetts.
technically, the Spanish, like technically, Christopher Columbus ain't even get to like mainland America. He just came to the Caribbean and was like, "Oh, this is already so much genocide. I'm good with this."
Correct.
And then it was like Ponce de
Bahamas.
Leon and them that actually came to Florida.
Yeah, Ponce de Leon. But see, that comes to another big thing though. When you start going down this track, Glory, you start hitting a big thing because they did. Ponce de Leon, when he came to Florida, established what they did is they made Florida free. Florida never had slaves. I mean, there was only from Tallahassee south. No, from Tallahassee south, there was only like 83 slaves in history. They were all up on the border.
But like the
of Georgia,
forts
where
at
the
St. Augustine, the Castillo de San Marcos, that was built using like indentured slave labor.
No, they weren't slaves. What they did is actually they were getting freed slaves, and they had the first black community, which is still right next to St. Augustine, and that's from back.
No, I'm talking about like not indentured, indigenous labor. Like indigenous labor, not like African American triangular slave trade, like the indigenous people.
Well, the indigenous people in Florida died out. There's no indigenous people after 1720 in the state of Florida. None.
There's
some
the
of them
Seminoles.
The Seminoles aren't. They're not from Florida. Seminoles are from Louisiana and up in that Mississippi. They didn't come here till the 1800s. And I know Chief Billy. I mean, I go right down to Hard Rock Cafe and
who
introduce you to
doesn't
him.
know the Billies?
Well, I'm just saying, I can take you down there.
I went to high school with 4 of his kids.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we go down to Brighton, wherever. I've known them forever. But because my family's been in Florida since they moved here in 1861. There was no Seminoles here until Andrew Jackson pushed them here. Other than that, a lot of them, there's a big black Seminole tribe that's mostly black that are in Mexico. And the Seminoles aren't really Indians. The Seminoles are a mix of like 7 or 8 different tribes, plus the blacks and the Spanish and the French. It's not.
Yeah.
They weren't here originally.
Yeah, well, before that, it was the Tequesta.
We're actually like the Clovis, like our descendants of the Clovis people, like, if you want to get super technical about it.
I hunt Indian artifacts, and I can show you. I've got a bunch of Clovis arrowheads. I've got a bunch of different stuff I've dated back from the University of Florida 8,000 years. And the better it looks, the older it is. I even found a crystal clear arrowhead because the people in the center of the state, what they did is they traded deer meat and hogs that had escaped from the Spanish for coral to make like arrowheads. Because there's not one rock in the state of Florida. Nothing. None.
It's all shells.
Yeah, except for coral. That's it. I mean, if you're going to do something, that's all it is. And I don't know. I don't think we need to get into this conversation. I've been doing this all my life, collecting Indian artifacts. I can take you to Santa Fe River, St. Johns River, wherever you want to go and show you some crazy stuff. But
I know.
I don't want to see your dead bodies. All right.
No, woolly mammoths. No, we were just talking about all the gay crypto traders.
I told you, okay, they were like slagging off crypto owners. They were saying Bitcoin is for
Who just summoned you, Paul? We knew that would summon you.
That's not gonna summon me.
What about this? What about this? Deep State.
That's not gonna summon me either.
The Poly Network hack. Come on, 600 million.
I got
That
my
was
money
given back, man. That was already given back.
They gave him a job. It was hilarious.
Well, they offered him a job. They didn't say that he took it, but yeah, they offered him a job. I mean, it's hilarious. It's like,
He
you
did
hacked
take
us?
the job. No, he took the job. What the hell do you think the CIA and NSA and everybody else have been doing to us? Well, I mean, I'm gonna be calm and say activists for 30 years. You don't think they offer us damn jobs? I mean,
Oh, of
come
course,
on.
they always do. Yeah, they always say, you know, you want to work for the government, and
Here, you want to do 10 years?
well, that's what they did with Snowden.
I mean, he only
No, no.
stole 600 million. Nothing, right?
It's only the largest theft in history.
Yeah, why not?
Why does Taylor sound like he's talking through a phone?
Until I get in your wallet and take your Bitcoin. I'm just kidding. He'll say something about that.
Bitcoin wallet.
Well, you see, my Bitcoin wallet is impenetrable, so
Do you
That's what she
honestly
said.
think that?
yeah.
I know.
Is that a challenge, AK?
That's what I was asking.
Hey, Fan D-Man in chat, I sent you a DM on the Discord. If you want to join, I'll send you the link. It's okay.
What was that name?
Fan Man.
Oh, I thought you said Fan Demon.
Yeah, Fan D-Man, actually. Fan D-Man.
And
I'm just wondering why I lost about fucking 8,000 in the last day.
Nothing, man. You got to get on my level when you're losing fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars a day.
You know, I'm making money. I was just saying, I just dropped a little bit. That was just a little. That's a drop in the bucket, but I lost like 8,000 in the last day and a half.
Yeah.
But
Crypto's
I'm sure
volatile.
you.
I mean,
I'm
it's
sure
like-
you went. You went down too. I'm sure.
Oh, man. You fucking, I don't know what the fuck you said, but yeah.
I say Fan D-Man.
and
He's
Demon,
called
yeah.
Fan D-Man in the chat. Fan D-Man.
Greedy.
Well, it sounds more like a band, you know, Van Demon.
Yeah,
Wait, let me put
I'm gonna quit.
let me put the sound up.
Van Halen, like Van Demon.
Are you trying to make his name like Van Halen? Is that what you're saying?
That was everyone.
Hey,
That was good.
Oh, you know, same shit, different day.
Man, the stage is all yours. Let's hear it, buddy.
I'm actually keen to hear other people's opinions on the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Do you think the troops are going to get deployed somewhere else, or do you think they're going to be deployed domestically to deal with the so-called domestic threat?
I am of the opinion that we are going to go back to Afghanistan because they just bombed the shit out of a whole bunch of civilians and Americans as well, and killed, what was it, 13 Americans, they said? 13 Americans, they say.
Explosion at the airport, right?
Right.
I think Steve will probably agree with me that as long as Biden, Biden stand or whatever you want to call it, we're not going to send any more people in there.
You don't think?
You know what, man? I'm kind of. I 100% believe that Camillery would send troops.
For the heroin or the
They're blaming
money.
that airport attack on ISIS.
Right.
ISIS didn't exist until the CIA brought them into existence.
It's ISIS K.
Well, I tweeted this out. I tweeted this out too. Like, here's the thing with ISIS, man. They created ISIS over the period of many years. They created ISIS from
Biden did that.
No. Not even Biden.
Libya played its part in that too.
With Reagan. With Reagan.
Obama was president. Biden was making policy there.
Well, okay, so
Yeah, Biden was making policy there when Obama was president. Biden was making policy in the Middle East.
Just let me explain this. They first, with Operation Cyclone, they told the Mujahideen that they were on their side and that their cause was righteous, right? Okay, that was back in the 1980s. Okay,
Yep.
Right after that, we invade Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay, and then we invaded Libya, and we overthrew Gaddafi. We overthrew Saddam in Iraq as well. So we completely destabilized the Middle East. And then on top of that, we were arming the Syrian rebels as well, and we were funneling guns in through Libya, through the U.S. consulate in Libya, where Stevens was killed. Right?
I just want to say they also
why did we do that?
Power as well.
I don't know. I'm just speaking at once. But,
Guys, speak one by one, please. Speak one by one, please. Seriously.
Mark, I finally remembered that it's Northwestern Alliance what we supported there, and that was because the Shah of Iran came to the United States, and Ayatollah Khomeini took power in Iran.
Oh, that's a whole another thing too.
But no, that's all. It's all connected.
It is connected. It is connected.
It's all running in a line.
Right. No, I agree. All over these years, we destabilized the Middle East. We funded various different factions in the Middle East. That's my point in saying that Libya and also Syria is that we funded various factions in the Middle East. Okay, and because of that, we basically we created ISIS. We created
outsourcing, so you don't get your hands dirty. That way, you can sort of control things from a distance in a chaotic sort of fashion.
I think we've created Hezbollah because Hezbollah is the one that's taking all the heroin out of Afghanistan right now, and they're shipping it to the Northwest Africa and Northeast Africa, and they're trading it with the Colombians even up for cocaine. And the cocaine is going crazy because cocaine in the United States, you can buy a kilo here for $12,000.
All the cool kids are doing it.
In Amsterdam, you're going to pay $50, but all the heroin's coming over to South America and being transferred up through Mexico. And then the Chinese are running the money for them. So...
I don't know about that.
China used to be China used to be heavy in opium. China used to be the opium dealers. Heavy.
No, you're. Let me correct you on that.
It was the other way around.
Exactly. I'm gonna correct you because the East India Tea Company blockaded China for years in the 1800s for not buying any more opium from them. And it was all coming from Afghanistan.
And it was a lot of the early
I'm talking about the last
US that were shipping the opium all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, Van Man, you're right because I'm telling you, I mean, it's all been coming. All the opium, 90% of the world's opium comes out of Afghanistan and that area. They blockaded China with boats. The East India Tea Company did because all their people were addicted to opium and they were so sick of it that China didn't want it anymore.
Yep,
and
closed the borders.
They forced them to buy it. It wasn't a joke.
No, it was serious.
But you said, we went to Iraq and other countries to fight Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi, but do not forget, we put them in place there, right? America put them in place.
That is 100% correct.
Well, that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. They just put a new leader in, overthrow the leader after a couple years, and then it's time to go back in. That's what they do.
Since the 17 and 1800s, I'm going to ask you if between Europe and the United States, one place in the world that we haven't made sure we had the leaders that they wanted. I mean, I don't.
Canada.
Canada, Who are we kidding?
Wait, isn't that just another state of the US?
Canada's like. I've got a lot of Canadian friends and stuff, but I've got another friend that grows, 170,000 acres of marijuana in Canada every year. You know what I mean? It's like,
I think it's
Canada's a satellite. It's like Mexico. Mexico, it's like, the United States now. Here we got all this COVID stuff. We got to mask up, all our kids mask up and everything else. And we got 1 million people crossing the border a month. And 60% of them are OTMs, what they call other than Mexican. So they're coming from all over the world. We got Hezbollah. We've got everybody coming in. And they don't have to wear masks.
Well, in Florida, you have a lot of Cubans, Puerto Ricans, whatever. I've been to Florida, so I've seen them,
All chasing.
Yeah, well, here a lot of the detention centers specifically have Haitians, but I mean, it's like the thing is you look at all these politicians going to their dinner parties. They're not masking up. They're not social distancing. But all the people, serving them and filling their wine glasses, they have to wear their shit. So it's like, mask up, pores.
Funny you should mention that, because there's a lot of things that they're not mentioning, which is.
Here, let me stick this in your arm. Take the shot, man.
Yeah, it is. Well, look, once everybody's vaccinated, right, there'll be no more of the control group left, so you won't be able to take.
Do you actually think these are vaccinations?
Well,
no, I know they're not.
I refuse to be vaccinated because I don't want to take experimental vaccine in my arm.
If somebody comes to you for vaccination, just tell them, my religion prevents me.
No, I think I'm part of the control group.
My religion prevents me, and I feel like that's the mark of the beast. You can fuck off.
Every experiment needs a control group, and I
glad
just
to hear
happen
you
to
say
be part of that.
I would fucking say it.
I am doing my part for humanity.
As I said before,
Guys, can you stop cutting each other off, please, the whole time? It becomes very fucking annoying to listen to.
I'm sorry.
As I said before, if they want to obligate people to vaccinate, they have to take 10 cops to drag me out of the house because I refuse. It's my body, and I can do with it what I want. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. Let me ask one thing. When they showed Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Angela Merkel getting vaccinated on TV, live, do you actually think they actually got the vaccine?
Nope.
I believe nothing what I hear and only half of what I see.
It's just a salt solution.
Well, it's really a placebo, and it's proven because the Delta variant isn't stopped by it, right?
It's created by it.
Yeah, I can argue that too. Yeah.
Think of it this way: the virus, right? The injection doesn't kill the virus, so basically you're creating a hurdle for it to jump over, and you're causing it to mutate once it leaves the person that it is infected. Now, once they're vaccinated and they catch it,
let me ask one thing.
Of course, the virus moves on. Yes.
Let me ask one thing real quick. Okay, last year when they come up with this, I think I had the COVID in November 2019. Me and my girlfriend were sick. I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
But what it is since they've been given this vaccine, has it got better or has it got worse?
I don't see any difference.
Oh, now it's 10 times.
Wait, I have noticed everybody's freedoms have all of a sudden disappeared. Is there going to be a vaccine for that too?
I don't know, the hair fell off my balls. Does that mean it was bad?
I don't know. I don't know. But if you're elderly, right, and you need an erection, I'm sure there's a pill, or science has really, strived in that direction.
But usually it takes years to make a vaccine for some kind of virus, right? And they putting it together so quickly, they don't know anything about the long-term side effects at
They
all.
simulated it on a computer.
Or short term. Don't forget the short term ones.
Yeah, the short-term one.
No, I agree 100%. They like I said earlier. Tyler will tell you. Tyler works in the medical business, so he's the one we should listen to on this. But they've been 78 years just on the flu, and they haven't cured that.
They gave up on it.
It
because the
mutates too
flu
fast.
Exactly, and they gave up on it because it has such a high survival rate that there was no point developing a vaccine and pumping millions and millions into safety into something that would have to be redeveloped every year.
They'll pump millions and millions of millions of anything into your ass.
They haven't given up on it. They've been testing it with Amazon and Google. Google and Amazon are both looking for a
because
cure.
there's money to be made.
Right.
There is no cure. It's just a money-making thing.
That's it. Exactly.
And right now, this vaccine is just testing a platform, a delivery system for mRNA technology. Nothing more, nothing less.
They've been working on mRNA for 50 years, and mRNA has never worked until the last year.
And they found that upping the dose on the lipid nanoparticles increased the effectiveness of the mRNA that they're trying to deliver. However,
what are the nanoparticles?
However, the lipid nanoparticles, by increasing them, because that has systemic toxicity throughout the entire system, as found through an Israeli study, unfortunately increasing that also increases the side effects.
But the mRNA, they've been trying this for 50 years, and mRNA has never worked on anything. And
it was meant to be the holy grail for curing cancer, because cancer cells, it's where the coding for telling the cell when to stop growing, what to be, when and how, and so on and so forth has gone haywire, and it just...
Kind of.
Yeah, it's uncontrolled growth, but every day your body does produce some cancer cells. It's actually normal. It's whether it gets out of control and metastasizes into something when it becomes a problem.
And they were hoping that mRNA was supposed to fix this little problem. And that was supposed to be the holy grail, that they thought that if they achieved this, that it would be not just an open door to stop cancer possibly, maybe, but also to trigger, activate and deactivate other genes as well.
Right, but like Tyler said, I think Tyler might, like AK said, might be driving or whatever, but I'm going to tell you what, mNRA, I've studied it until my eyes were so tired I couldn't even hold them open, and it's never worked on anything. And trying to cure cancer and cure COVID are two different. The common cold is the same thing. You're never going to cure it.
The curing cold thing just came out of nowhere just recently, but the curing cancer thing, that's years ago. That's years they've been writing about that. But this trying to cure the cold, that just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, from Amazon.
Since I was
actually, they had a plan to cure cold. They had some race going on saying like.
Well, since I've been going to I work up at Shands Hospital, okay, and they had mRNA back when I was younger, and they were working on all different deviants of it and everything else. And all of a sudden, here comes COVID, and they go back to this mRNA, and they're saying, "Well, it worked." When Cosequin will work. It's.
There are other places that have done.
Well, Vanman, you're talking about the nanoparticles they're putting in there. What are these nanoparticles? That's the big question. Am I chipped like a dog if I take one of them shots?
No, but they do collect so far from what they've noticed in the spleen, the marrow, the female ovaries, which is disturbing. They don't seem to collect in the male testes. For some reason, they can't seem to be found anywhere in there. It's like as if they haven't figured out exactly what's protecting it. But yeah, those spike proteins are collecting all over the body, mainly in the liver and the kidneys, because that's what's actually stripping the lipid nanoparticle from, like, the mRNA is usually covered by the lipid nanoparticle to allow it to be, sort of administered and to go to where it needs to. But the liver and the kidneys are stripping that. So it's getting collected there as well. I mean, there's a whole host of things that I don't think we're going to see until long-term side effects start showing up.
I've got a friend.
You can increase that with every booster.
I've got a friend of mine. He's older person. He was my mom's boyfriend after my parents got divorced. What happened to him is he took the shot last year. And now one of his kidneys has failed. His other kidney's got a tumor in it that he's trying to get, they're trying to do directed radiation to kill. He's 67 years old. And they were blaming it back at the Cleveland Medical Clinic. They're blaming it back to the mRNA shot. And they're doing it in a very congenial way. They're not just coming out and saying, hey, you took the shot and now your kidneys are failing. But that's basically what's happening. And he's got 22 more days of chemo to go, trying to shrink this tumor down that this shot. He took the Johnson & Johnson shot. And it's tore his kidneys up.
But they won't admit that. That's the thing. They won't admit that.
It sounds more like how you get rid of the overpopulation of people on the earth. First create a virus that kills people, and then create a vaccine that kills people. Right?
You're going back to Project 2030 or whatever, where they want to reduce the population by 60% or what? Well, AK probably knows the number better than me.
Repeating itself every 100 years.
It starts to look like it.
We have had there's been so many, world problems that we've had in our life. But the only thing that I've seen, and I'm being honest, and I'll shut up about it after this, is that after they started putting out these vaccines, COVID has got nothing but worse. I mean, all of a sudden, it's just, it went from a few thousand. They've destroyed our country.
We've lost 2 people apparently. They just dropped.
Well, I mean, you can't expect like Hans said, of course it's not going to get better even with the vaccine, because it's not even a vaccine to begin with. I mean, it doesn't stop the spread. It doesn't, make you not get COVID at all. Like, it doesn't completely reduce your symptoms to 0. It's like, no.
It does make you immune.
No, wait. It does. This is exactly what it does, Glory. You said exactly what it does. It reduces your symptoms. That's all it does. That's it. It's not a real vaccine. It's not a real vaccine. Because here's the thing. Wait. Let me speak. Holy shit. Alright, so, as Glory said, right, it's not really a vaccine. It's basically, it reduces your symptoms, right? But you could still get the virus, and the CDC just came out and admitted it and said that, exactly what another study said too, by the way. They said that the viral load inside a vaccinated person is the same inside a non-vaccinated person. That means that the current vaccine does not work. It doesn't work. It just lets the virus breed inside of your body and then jump to another host. And that's how the virus actually would evolve and mutate faster.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the movie Aliens?
I don't know fucking movies, but yeah.
I would say that the fires at this point is like the least of our worries, because literally what they did, like in 2 years' time now, I mean, they completely control what we read and see on social media. They're able to follow us everywhere and identify all our close contacts. They can decide if we can buy, sell, or travel. They have full access to our private communications. They are breaking encryption and the right to encryption. They're removing our rights to inviolability of the body, and they're limiting our right to travel. They're removing our right to protest and our freedom of assembly. I mean, this fire is like the least of our worries right now. You're saying.
Mark, I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you 1,000% on what you said, Mark, because what this has done is it's taken more rights away from you. They're limiting everything you do. They're telling you to wear a mask in public. Remember, we were doing Million Mask March 5 years ago, and they would arrest us for wearing a mask. But now they're telling you got to wear a mask. They're trying to take individuality away from the kids. They're separating kids by 6 feet. The damage that they've done to the American kids is crazy through the education system, because they've been at home. They don't know how to, socialize with anybody. They don't know how to talk.
I think people realize it took us since feudalism, since medieval times, to even get these rights, some of these rights.
But yeah, and what it is, this all goes back to where Bill Gates and 4 other people sat there and started writing down the plan for the United States of how they're going to breed people, how they're going to, educate you. They want to separate everybody. They want to be able to control you. That's here we're going to go back to that studies in Canada again.
Like I said, it's all
linked the article regarding the lipid nanoparticles in general for you to have a look at when you get time.
But like I said, the whole COVID thing, it's like it's orchestrated, because remember Event 201?
Yes.
Where they did a simulation? Prior to the COVID outbreak, they did a simulation about what would happen if
same thing this time.
The pandemic would happen. And a few months
this time, I see what you're getting to. Yeah, they
so
did.
We're going to go back. This is synthetic martial law.
They did a study years ago that determined how populations would react to all different scenarios, and one of the most effective ones that they settled with and came down to was a pandemic. Whether perceived or genuine, it didn't matter, because the experiment showed that it worked so well that the people's fear alone would basically, the sheep would shepherd each other, and the people would give in and give away their rights that they otherwise would never even consider giving up if it was a different circumstance. They found that the pandemic was the most effective.
You're 100% right.
And look what's happening now. It's actually happening.
It is. That's what I said. Bandman is 100% right. Everybody in the United States. I don't know. I'm in this epicenter.
Yeah.
Of all of it in Florida, where they're trying to say like 50% of the population's got this variant D. Well, the variant D, the Delta variant, supposedly started in South Africa, and
right.
And it's all kind of funny, because all of a sudden, here, Biden's trying to pass this $6.5 trillion bills that he wants to get through, and they're jamming them. I mean, they're jamming them through a 50 plus Kamala Harris. And then all of a sudden we get to more problems where there's, money problems, where now it's Joe-flation. They don't even call it Joe Obama anymore. But every time there's something that they wanted to get through, like this stuff in Afghanistan, when we got major problems, all of a sudden there's a D variant. It's like, keep your eyes over here. Don't look at what's really going on.
That's the whole show. That's what the whole show is about. And sports as well.
It's like one big magic show with all distractions, right?
Yep. Yep. So you don't waste time thinking about the things that matter. They are great distractions. All of this, and the illusion of the two-party
it's
system.
back to
The
it's
created
back, man.
stalemate, so no change actually ever happens.
No, exactly.
No, it's just smoke and mirrors. They just want you. Hey, man. Hey. I'm gonna pass. I want $6.5 trillion. We got a D variant over here. We're making Congress pass this in the middle of the night. It's kind of like Obamacare. They passed it.
So okay, so
1201
they're making it
1204
look,
on Christmas Eve.
they're making it look like inflation is happening, but actually what's happening is deflation. We're getting ready to go through deflation, and when deflation happens, that's going to be a lot of people are going to be homeless and not have
More
jobs.
so than they already are.
Yeah.
They've already proved this year, because what they've done is with that, you've seen it yourself, AK, you know what I'm talking about. I don't think Mark and them would really understand it over in Europe and stuff, but when they did the unemployment stuff here, and they automatically added $300 extra to it a month, these people, they don't want to go back to work. I saw a study today where 55% of the people in the United States want to work from home now. They don't want to go to work.
And what they want is globalization. A global health organization, a global government, a global this, a global that. That's what they're pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fixing to be back in the Matrix. You're fixing. You're going to be sitting in the tube with your wires hooked to your head.
The global part is the scary part, the global part. Because in history...
We're Great Depression again. That's what's happening.
Why is this not contained to the USA? That's okay. So in history, when this would happen somewhere around the world, there would always, when everyone was losing their rights somewhere in the world, right, in some country, there were always other countries ready to stop it, right? But now this is global. It is everywhere. There's no one going to stop this. Not anyone.
So who is the royal family in the world?
Which one? They're all interconnected.
Who is the royal family that controls the world? I mean, who has the most money?
It's not.
The Rothschilds.
They got defeated by the Rothschilds way back. I can't remember exactly when, but it was around the time.
The Rothschilds got over. They've got
the Napoleon War.
1,000 people now.
It was whether Napoleon won or Napoleon lost.
He lost in Russia, and they speculated the other way around.
Yes,
right?
yes, and basically either took control of the Bank of England or almost one or the other. I can't remember which one it is.
The Rothschilds spread the story that Napoleon actually won, and then the UK banks invested in a victory for Napoleon, and the Rothschilds speculated the other way, that he actually did lose, and then they took control over the Bank of England, if I'm correct.
In less than 48 hours. Because while he was selling it one window, he had one of his other...
Today it's like everybody thinks Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world.
You won't see the richest man in the world.
Not.
He doesn't show his face.
Isn't the Sultan of Brunei the richest person in the world?
No. It's
and how many times do you see him?
You really think
black nobility families? That's what it is. It's the people. It's not the Rothschilds. It's not the royals. It's the black nobility families who you never hear about, and their names are very.
Walton.
No, I wouldn't consider Walton to be a black nobility family.
The Waltons got twice as much money as Bezos, and they could throw it away and never forget about it because they split it up between seven different kids. And I met Jennifer Walton in Aspen, Colorado in 2002 or something, and she was just granddaughter, and it was she said, "What do you do?" I said, "Well, I rebuild Denny's restaurants for a living." She said, "Oh, you own Denny's?" I said, "No, I fucking work, bro. I actually, I throw my hands out there." But you look it up, the Waltons got more money than Bezos and Gates will ever dream of. Man, they just got it split up.
Do you think?
But
you,
but the
do
But
you
I don't think
think that
anyone
the
here
Roth-
I don't think anyone ever heard of
the
the actual names of the actual
Rothschilds
black
are worth
nobility
over.
families.
The black nobility families
but-
are the richest in the world. They are the ones from ancient Europe, basically, right, Mark?
Yeah, and then there are names you never heard of in public, like Massimo Orsini,
Yep.
right? Borghese and stuff, Sacchetti. Those are names you never heard of in the public media.
Exactly. And
There's
some
a
of those
reason
names,
why they don't want their names out in public.
well, some of those names are actually mafia too. So you have to be careful when you
They are.
actually.
Yeah, well, they are the royal families from all over, like Europe, who chose to live close to the Pope when the center of power moved to the Vatican, and then when the Italian government, or one of the actual black nobility families, took control over Italy, conquered Italy, including the Vatican, out of protest, they closed the doors of their palaces, and that's when they were called the black nobility back then. But this is like the official story, right? Behind the scenes, we don't know what they do. But actually, from cities like Venice and stuff, originally they're also from there.
Yep.
do you really think that
That's-
the governments of the world have any say of anything? No, it's the really rich elite that put them in place. It's the governments are just puppets.
There is
If
coordination,
you
and
read
yes,
the,
they are
if you go and if you
frontmen.
go and read the Panama Papers, which most people didn't ever read any of that, and I think AK read a little bit of it,
lot
but
to
I
go
studied the Panama Papers for a while, and it was so crazy that these people are moving around these not billions but trillions of dollars.
Yep.
Didn't they kill
There's-
the reporter? The reporter was car bombed. That broke that story.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. They did, and but I got a copy. I still got a copy if anybody wants it. I'll
Isn't
load it
that
up on
the-
Mega Upload or something.
Isn't
But,
that the award for excellence in reporting? Is either a bullet or a bomb?
I don't know. You get close to the United States, you get in Mexico where the Chinese are, laundering all that money into the Mexican cartels. The cartels are bringing drugs in. You'll be dead in 48 hours.
That's what they were doing years ago. The Chinese were actually smuggling opium into Mexico, and then Mexico is bringing the opium across the border to the U.S.
Now,
That's
the Mexicans now just collect the money. What they do is the Mexican cartels send the money to they send all the drugs to the United States, and they've got people in the United States taking the money, and it's going through Chinese banks, and then they're sending it over where they own like Cancun and different, Mexican cities. And they're just laundering money back in through hotels that they say got 98% people, occupancy, and there's only one person staying there. They're just counting money.
Because you got to change your money to a legitimate investment. Always. It's just business.
Well, I mean, it's no more convenient for the Mexicans to have. That's why I said earlier, and AK wasn't here. I know y'all, everybody else heard it, but that one guy had $300 million. He had $235 million in his house, $70 million worth of gold and silver, and the Mexican government decided that they're only going to give him like a year and a half in jail or something. So he's suing the United States government to get the $300 million back. And these people were taking money out in forklifts. This ain't shit you can take in a bag. I mean, this guy, the whole mansion was full of money.
And who was this? Where was this? When?
I'll send you an article. It's the guy in guy in Mexico, a Chinese guy in Mexico, and his house had so much money in it, they didn't even know what to do with it. I mean, and it's like 3 years ago, and he got a year and a half in jail. He's fixing to get out after, he waited for trial and stuff. But he's suing the U.S. federal courts for the $300 million. And he's actually said it was $335 million, and that they just stole the other $35 million.
See, now I understand why the US is angry at China, right? China has muscled the US Secret Service and NSA and FBI out of the drug running cartel.
China doesn't have to do that.
That was a joke.
I mean, China.
I was trying to be funny.
Yeah, I know, but China. Yeah, it's like right now this this big hoax that's going on. I'm going to shut up after a minute.
Oh,
But anyway,
CIA is the big
the big hoax that's going on now, where they're raising. Like I just bought a phone. Okay, it's an S21 Galaxy, 1 terabyte phone. I paid $1,800 for that phone.
Wait, what? 1 terabyte phone? Why is that needed?
I'm just saying. Because I like nice shit. Put it that way. But anyway,
you'll never fill up that 1 terabyte ever for a phone, man. Like, I mean, I can understand a computer, like 1 terabyte, but a phone?
I got another 512 gigabyte card stuck in it. So I've got 1.5 terabytes.
I've never heard of a phone that has 1 terabyte hard drive.
Look it up.
It must be brand fucking new, man. That's
been out for a year because I've had it for about 8 months. But anyway, China has what they've got so many. It's like North Korea. They've got so many people here. You know, the biggest thing other than water in the world now is data. You know, if I got your data, I'll own the world, man. I mean, if I can get everybody's data, you know, I mean, it's damn. You know, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, AK. What can we do with everybody's data, man? I mean, I could just
depends on the data. I mean, what type of data are you talking about? Like, if you're talking about advertising data for like people's likes, I mean, what they like. I mean, something.
The data's
like
there. It's how you use it. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, exactly.
They've gone beyond all that though. They know when your 13-year-old daughter has her period, and they will push the right tampon
when looking at China and the US, do you see one as the good guy, one as the bad guy? Just out of curiosity.
Not really. What I look at China is China. What happened in China was really funny because China is going. They're jumping ahead of the United States now. Because what they did is they went
research papers a year as well. For the
well, it's not that. What happened was 4 years ago, China sent all their best Go players in the world to South Korea. I mean, and Go, if you know what the game Go is, you know what I'm talking about.
No.
It's about 10 times more complex than chess. They sent all their players to China.
Oh,
to South Korea. Yeah, exactly.
I know the yep. I know the one.
And what happened is these people down here have been training. It's like they're pool players. I play professional pool. That's what I do. Okay, that's what I've done since I was 18 years old. That's my job.
Like to play
well, I'd love to play you. You know a lot of people I play because I'm not hard to find. But what I'm saying is,
prize mine, second round's yours.
I'll play one-handed. What I'm saying is, they sent all their best Go players in the world to South Korea to play the Go World Championship, and they all got beat by an AI. And I build AIs. Mark will tell you. Everybody else will tell you. I build AIs. They got their ass beat. Their best players could not. Well, they couldn't beat the AIs. So what they did is they took all that back, and China's invested over $600 billion in AIs in the last 4 years.
So is the US DARPA. It started off as Petman, but that was too obvious.
It started out as.
But now it's called Atlas.
It started out as Amazon facial recognition with a K, and it started out in a city that I live in. There was only 2 cities that they started in, and they were saying it was just for temporary purposes, but nobody believed that. And I'll tell you, that was Orlando, Florida. You know, and that's I'm not near. I moved out of there a couple years ago. That's where They started that, but China's took it to the next level to where they can hold you in a virtual prison for the rest of your life. Your money's no good outside the range. They tell you it's not good. You can't go anywhere, can't buy anything, you can't do anything. And that's what they did to the Uyghurs. And that's why it was so crazy.
The guy that wrote that article, have you looked into him? The guy that when you follow that article
I'm not looking
back,
at an article. I'm not looking at an article. I'm talking about David Turetsky. You know who he is?
He's a Uyghur living in the US.
David. I'm talking about David Turetsky.
No, I don't know him.
Uyghur! Uyghur! You guys are so close to another word!
I knew I was butchering it. I knew that, alright? I expect...
Well, they actually call them Uyghurs.
Well,
they don't call them Uyghurs.
Yeah, their language is...
Yeah, no, that's the point. It's one of the bad words.
Uyghur.
You guys are very close to the word wigger.
I'm just gonna...
Whoa. What did you call me, AK? Just kidding.
Or something?
No. Uyghur with a U. Uyghur.
Actually, in China, they call them Uyghurs.
What? I don't know.
I mean, I know how it's spelled, and you know how it's spelled. We might be mispronouncing, but I'm saying these are the people. I've talked to a lot of people in China. I play pool. I got invited to China at Wuhan every year to go play pool. And that's what these people are telling me. They call them Uyghurs. So, I mean, if that might be... and the people in the Philippines that I play with. But...
I've been pronouncing it differently all day, every single time I've said it, and I give up. I'm just going to nod and smile at people when it comes up and go...
Yeah, they're related to my wife's area, but yeah, they're all Turkic. Former Ottoman Empire people, so...
Mongolian, as I think didn't they come out of Mongolia first?
Yes, but the land has changed hand between Asia and the Turkic part, but there's influence of both in both cultures. So
Tyler, why is it?
I agree.
Change.
But all I'm trying to say out of all of this is after they lost that championship of Go down there to the AIs, that they've just exploited. They put them on. They put these people. They experimented. They got millions of people that can't go anywhere. I mean, you can go next door. Your money's no good, but your money's good as long as you're in this district. You can't travel.
I'm a firm believer that we're always only given half of the story, and the half that we're given is the part that is meant to pull our emotional heartstrings. And I fear that there's much in this story which we are not fully aware of yet. Because there's a lot that just doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
I got a feeling a lot of people in here, like, you know, AK and Glory and Mark, they know what I'm talking about. The Uyghurs they're living in a virtual prison. They cannot leave. They can't go anywhere.
I have seen the pictures.
Technically, it's a re-education camps, right?
Yes, that's what I was under the understanding, but with some pretty severe fencing that incorporates barbed wire at the top, like razor wire and things like that.
They've created a virtual fence, and that's what's even more scary, is because that's where I see this whole COVID stuff going, as you know, especially with the contact tracing and all that. I see it coming, and it scares the hell out of me.
What's your opinion on the rushed approval of the Pfizer vaccine just recently? Because I can tell you the only reason that I can see that they would rush the approval through the FDA is it gives them legal grounds to mandate it.
Well, my governor doesn't mandate it. My governor is going to be the next president of the United States. Ron DeSantis will be the next president of the United States. I promise you that.
I'm so not looking forward to it. Oh my fucking god.
I've given up on watching the show.
Oh, I'm not either, but I'm telling you right now, he will end this bullshit that everybody's going, because he won't even allow. He made all the people here that did mask mandates and fined people and stuff. He made all them Democrats give the money back. I mean, they hated that, and that's Val Demings and her husband. He's like commissioner of a county now, but
Don't
yeah,
you get it? All the presidents are just puppets of the elite. Doesn't matter who's in power. They are all puppets.
look at Biden. You can tell he's a puppet. The guy can't even read his own name without 10 minutes time front. I mean, I think they're in the back there. I think Hunter's hitting him with a little hit of meth before they send him out there and say, how much meth he need? Well, he's got to talk for 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, Biden, it's like, he come out today with that, the people getting killed over there in Afghanistan. They started asking questions. He turned around and ran.
Quick question. When you say, because to most, I do agree that most politicians and prime ministers and presidents are puppets. I do agree on the most part. Where do you take into consideration, or where would you place, say, like Venezuela or Cuba or North Korea, for instance, when it comes to that sort of, when these people cannot be controlled by the powers that be, and therefore the entire country is then targeted?
That doesn't mean. That doesn't mean that they're actually good people, because I mean, like the North Korean leader. I mean, come on.
Oh, look, I didn't mean to, say, look, hey, what do you think of these people? But in the same sense, it's an interesting paradox, I guess. What I'm trying to sort of throw into perspective, if you get what I'm saying.
Or maybe,
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Or maybe it's part of the game, right? Maybe it's part of the game. Controlled opposition.
It's more than part of a game, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I've been trying to say for the last 45 minutes. It isn't a game. I mean, you've got global financial leaders that control everything. I mean, it's not a game.
Except for these small little pockets.
When you get back to Rothschild, they got. Go ahead, Ted.
What I mean is those so-called not controllable presidents, leaders. Maybe that's part of the game too. To make us believe that they are not controllable, but they are controlled in some way.
It would be like in 1984, just repeating that they are like the ultimate evil all the time, and that we have some evil to focus on, and that the rest of the world is going
definitely
towards
what's painted from this side.
I think it's more like Atlas Shrugged than 1984. I mean, if you really want to read it, I mean, that's what I believe it is.
No one movie will ever get it 100% right, so you have to take bits and pieces from all of them. It's like somewhere in all of the noise of all of the music and all of the movies, all of the answers are there. You just have to sort of listen within the noise itself.
Yeah, I believe that Ayn Rand was probably one of the smartest people in the world when she wrote Atlas Shrugged.
Philosophy is completely flawed. Her whole life and her philosophy, which is what she based her life around, ended up ruining her life and the people around her.
Or did the government ruin her life?
Well, actually, they saw a lot of sense in what she was saying, because it's very much about the individual.
Did you read her two first books before Atlas Shrugged?
I lost interest in her philosophy very early on. After sort of getting a taste of her philosophy, I sort of looked into her life and the things that affected her and the relationships that she destroyed, only to have her own destroyed in the end. No, I'll pass.
All right, well, you and me got to talk sometime. We'll have a good talk.
Look forward to it.
I do too. Just friend me. We'll talk later on.
Okay, so the idea is that what Ted says is that maybe these people aren't really uncontrolled. They're just playing their role as being uncontrolled. Like because
Machiavelli. Machiavelli in his book The Prince always said, have a henchman to do your dirty work, because the prince cannot be seen dirtying his hands doing things that a prince would not be seen doing. So when the dirty work needs to be done, your henchman can do it, your sheriff or whatever. Then when the people revolt, feed him to the people, claim no knowledge of it, blame everything on him, and keep your hands clean.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The example of like
Off with their head.
What the USA used in like with 9/11, right? Blaming like some figure like Osama bin Laden as a country. It unites this country behind this common enemy to fight against this common enemy. And if you talk about a global financial system and a global government, they need a common enemy, and they will be the enemies of this global financial system. And like
It's funny you mentioned global financial system and 9/11 in the same sentence, because you'd be surprised at what was happening to the computers during 9/11 that were in the Twin Towers.
And in Building 7.
Yeah, Building 7. I was going to say that too.
Building 7 was a federal building. It was used by the FBI, it was used by the CIA, it was used by the NSA. It was a completely federalized building, and they had various different floors where they would investigate different things, and there was also WorldCom, and there was the WorldCom scandal and the Enron scandal. That's all came from Building 7. Yeah.
And it collapsed because of some office fires.
Magic fire.
Right.
Interesting.
Well, you know what I really loved with that magic was the BBC reporting that it had collapsed, and you can see it behind her.
Collapsed.
There was speculation against the airline companies that morning too. Just saying.
Yes. WorldCom, or not WorldCom, I'm sorry. Securecom? I can't remember their name.
Securecom, you were on it.
No, Comex. It was Comex. Comex found the hard drives and put the data together and basically took apart everything, and they found evidence of insider trading right before and right after.
Massive
transfers. They found insider trading. Damn.
And transfers, not in billions, but in trillions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Trillions.
They found some really weird, suspicious trading, and they whistleblew about it, but nobody ever fucking did anything about it. I mean, like, they said, hey, we have all the data, we have it, here it is.
I tell people, I tell people all the time that, they look at Wall Street and they look at the pictures where somebody's ringing the bell and they're doing this shit. I'm like, you know where Wall Street's actually at? It's in some warehouse in Oklahoma. It's just a bunch of numbers on pieces of a hard drive. The same thing the government does when they say, we're printing money. Them bitches ain't printing nothing. All they're doing is hitting a keyboard and adding a couple zeros. It's not a joke.
At some point in time, there were records kept, but nowadays, what do we know?
I read about
it's just hard drive. There's nothing to back it up. It's like the United States. They say we've got, $28 trillion in debt? Where the hell we got $28 trillion? I mean, there ain't enough land in the United States to cover that if you went by an acre.
No, it went into someone's pocket, and it wasn't yours.
But they've got you believing that they actually still have all this money, and you're actually spending it. It's like the whole. It's hard. I hate the government. I hate the banking system.
Everybody remembers 9/11, but go back 2 days, right? And Cynthia McKinney was grilling Rumsfeld with a $2.5 or $2.1 trillion. It was missing from almost $3 trillion. Yeah, that was missing from the defense budget. Right, 2 days earlier, and then all of a sudden, 9/11, and that's forgotten.
Right, yeah.
They did that 3 weeks. They did that 2 weeks ago when Biden was withdrawing from Afghanistan. There was trillion missing or something, and it was just like, oh, we ain't worrying about that. We got to get our people out by the 31st.
Wasn't it like 15 trillion back then or something?
$2.3 trillion was missing before 9/11. And let me expand on that. Let me expand on that. Is that they had said they were going to investigate it. They were investigating it, supposedly, and the side of the Pentagon that got hit just was
exactly where
coincidentally was the bookkeepers. They hit the bookkeepers. Coincidentally,
and they removed my video.
Again, a big magic show. All misdirection.
They removed my video 3 months ago of a cruise missile hitting the side of the Pentagon, saying that it was inciting violence. To which I replied,
the only thing I've said here in the last 5 years about the U.S. government is please don't fucking tell these people what comes after trillions.
Hey, say that again, Fat Man. What did they say?
I'm going to link you exactly what they wrote. I took a screenshot of it.
Can you also get us a video or something that we can?
Well, I've still got a copy of the video because it was the one that was uploaded, but they removed it and sent me this message saying that I was inciting violence with it.
Yeah, because the showing the truth about what happened on 9/11 is inciting violence.
They've never done that to us before.
There you go. It's in general. That was what they
published that video.
Oh, it's very old.
But again, it's one big magic show. You know, the whole billions missing, and then suddenly something happens that everybody is misdirected. Right? It's one big magic show.
It's not.
It is. Everything.
They know where it is. They just don't want you to know where it is.
What is it though? That's what it comes down to.
Black budget funding. That's where it went.
I mean, if I go in there, if the government got mad at you
they got
today,
it in one,
and they decided to blank your account out, what are you going to do?
Push of a button.
It's black budget funding. That's exactly where it went.
Yeah, you hit it right, and you hit it in one. Well done.
Many different projects, by the way.
Yeah,
I know some.
Yeah. No, agreed. Agreed.
Well, what is it, McDonnell Douglas right here by the house, or I mean, is it?
And in fact,
Canaveral, where
all of those WannaCry, Bitcoin ransomware, I wouldn't be surprised if they're extra black project fund programs as well.
Now there's some of them that are really good, and I know some of them that are really good.
Well,
and they
like I said,
really good.
All the missing money, supposedly missing money, all went to offshore accounts.
Yeah, sometimes they need a little extra money, but it's not always hard to use black funding to set up these schemes in different countries. Just saying. I mean, they used to set up churches for that too, right?
Yeah, and they didn't. They stopped caring, so they started just stealing money and just misappropriating it and saying, "Oh well, it's missing." That's literally what they started doing. They stopped caring about setting up a conduit bank like BCCI. They stopped doing that, and they just started stealing from
Deutsche Bank. But actually, was it ever? But was it ever real to begin with? That's the mystery.
What was
the money? I mean, was the money ever real?
No, it's zeros and ones in a computer. It's not fucking physical cash, but because it's zeros and ones, they can transfer those zeros and ones, to another bank, and then they use those to pay for.
As I said,
but if they don't like you tomorrow, how many zeros and ones are going to be on your account?
And all the gold is going somewhere.
Probably ended up in an offshore account somewhere, right?
That's what they do. They steal the money from the budget, from the military budget, and make it vanish, and then all of a sudden it reappears in an offshore bank account, and it's used to run a black operation, and it's not just military black ops operations. There's various different black ops operations. I mean,
And it's not stealing the money; it's liberating the money.
well,
Okay. I know you've traveled a little bit, and I've traveled a little bit, and most people here probably travel a lot more than me. But most of it ends up like in the Cayman Islands or something like that. If you go to the Cayman Islands and look for your money, what do you actually think you're going to find? You think you're going to find a couple servers in the back room of a grocery store, or what do you think you're actually going to find when you go look for your money?
I mean, I'm not sure, but not following.
I'm just saying, it's all imaginary shit. Everything's imaginary. There's nothing there.
You're,
You go
zeros and
you
ones
got
on a computer. Yeah, I agree with you.
you got $1 trillion in the account in the Cayman Islands, but you go down to the Cayman Islands and for $5 you can buy 2 wives and a damn golf cart.
All money nowadays is imaginary because since they disbanded the gold standard, anybody can make up money, right? I mean, any government can make up money.
Not any government anymore, Ted. Anybody. Crypto.
Well, that's why we went to crypto, and that's why I'm years behind AK on it. But I've been keeping up with it for 8 or 10 years. But it's like crypto. What? How many cryptos we got right now? There's over 11,000 and some. But
No, there's fucking more than that. You're kidding me, right? Oh my
well,
god.
I'm saying on my machines there's like 11,000 or something.
How many are actually listed on CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko? Last time I looked, it's like 6,000. But in general, there's been probably about like 100,000 cryptocurrencies minted. Not to say they're all going to have fucking value, because they're not. But
That's just like the X coins that Commander X was selling.
yeah, I don't know exactly what his utility value was for that, but
There was no value. It was in the metaverse. We had a non-grid.
They're not worth anything, I think.
They never were.
Well, yeah.
well, if you believe they are. That's what it comes down to. That's what we're saying is the dollar. The dollar doesn't have really any real value besides being backed by oil and by commerce, right now. Okay, but it's not backed by gold anymore. It's not backed by anything. So people are spending and using it.
Paper.
Well, people are spending and using it for goods and services, and that's all that.
I know, but if you live next door to me, okay, and you got a whole house of dollars all printed up, and I'm sitting over here at my house with a couple 100 pounds of silver, and I can make bullets out of it. Who do you think's going to eat the next day?
You?
That's what I'm saying. It's all imaginary. I mean, unless you physically, it's like people buying property. I live on property that costs $375,000 an acre. Okay, 40 acres, which is quite a bit of money. I don't know if people realize that's a lot of money for just a little bit of property. But you think I own it? If I don't pay taxes this year, the government will come boot my ass off.
Well, unless you do William Cooper. I won't go into that anymore.
You can't even do that. I'm just saying, nobody owns property in the United States. It's crazy. You buy a house, you pay for it, you live there. That's great. If you don't pay your taxes, they will take that house from you. I mean, I don't care if it's thousandths of the value. They will kick your ass out.
They'll send in an armed force. They'll send in armed SWAT, okay? Armed SWAT to pull you out. That's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, you paid $30 million for it. You turn around and don't pay $10,000, they will take it from you. I mean, you don't own. Everything's taxes. I added it up about a year ago. I sat down and added up what I just took my food bill, my other bills, and I set them down. and I figured out how much actually I was paying in tax and how much a dollar was worth in material value. It come out to 88 cents in taxes, and the material value that I was getting was 12 cents. It might have changed by now, but that's what it was a year ago.
Well, again, a year ago they inflated the economy so much, so now they're going to go through deflation after inflating the economy. And when they go through deflation and they, what is it? When they change the interest rates, when they change the federal interest rates to being 1% and 2%, that's when we're going to go through deflation, and the dollar is going to grow in value. Everything else is going to go up in price. It's not going to be pretty. That's all I got to say.
Well, the whole value of money is also a game that the banks play, you know, because at a certain point it's time for another recession again, you know, and up the money is nothing worth again. It's all
be a
cycle.
depression, not a recession, a depression. Depression.
Still sitting on my stack of
Excuse
silver.
me, I mean depression, but I accidentally said recession. I'm actually also driving here, so I have to spend my focus also on driving my car.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You
Yeah.
do.
Fair point.
How much are you paying a liter right now?
$4.
$4 for a liter?
I'm just gonna say,
No. A liter
you shouldn't
for
drink
what?
and drive.
You shouldn't drink and drive.
I'm talking about for
Scream and
gas. Liquor's
Oh,
cheaper than gas now.
For gas. I was asking you what, because you just said a liter, so I'm like, a liter of what? A liter of
You
milk?
pay
A liter
about-
of-
Here you pay about the price for a liter what you pay for half a gallon.
What I saw for a liter here, 182 euros. So
You gotta
€1
be
and
kidding me.
82 cents for a liter.
It's about $2.40 or something. So just saying.
That's like California price, I think.
So that
For
makes
Florida,
it,
it's pretty shit.
Makes it.
I'll tell you
11
now. You know,
11,
I drive
11
my
or 12
car,
for a gallon.
and today it's $2.83 a gallon.
Yeah,
and
it would be
my
$11 to $12.
my ass
for,
hurts.
Calculated.
Yeah, my ass hurts paying $2.83 a gallon.
Yeah, but can you imagine? We pay 182 for a liter, which is like a fraction of a gallon, right?
Yeah.
Right, but did you see what Biden did when he first came in office? Is where he signed that contract for Gazprom to own your natural gas utilities. They'll pay you. You'll pay whatever they want. It doesn't matter. I mean, he okayed that. He turns down a pipeline from Canada, and then he turns around and the Russian pipeline going into Europe. It jumps all over. You don't think his ass is getting money from that?
Well, it is right here from that 182 that we pay for gas for a liter. At least 75% of it goes to the government, all taxes.
Well, that's the same thing with the income tax. You know, I've got friends in Germany. I got a lot of friends in Germany and family, but you know, they're making 100,000 euros a year, but they pay 50% of that in tax, and it's like, what do you think you're really making?
Even then, you're still being scammed. Even then, you're still being scammed.
That's why it makes it harder. Go ahead.
No, because the Royal Dutch Shell that delivers most of the oil here and stuff, they take it from out of the soil for 3 cents a liter, right? And that's about 13.5 cents for a gallon. They take it out of the soil, and then they move it. They put it in their little refinery, and then it changes into the high pricing. But the the crude oil, the raw oil doesn't cost shit. It's 3 cents for a liter. And they do it in front of Venezuela. And when it was Hugo Chavez in power in Venezuela, he actually asked the Venezuelans 3.8 cents for a liter. They had the cheapest gasoline in the world, Venezuela. So yeah, that's oh fuck no, but.
Well, OPEC controls that price. You know that, right?
I don't think they were part of that back then, but I'm not sure.
No, not back then. I'm saying right now, they control the price of oil. OPEC.
Yeah, okay. But so that's the so you have the raw oil and you have the refined gasoline, right? And these big oil companies like Royal Dutch Shell or BP and whatever, or Exxon or Mobil, so they make a lot of money on the refining too, and they pretty much flip the cost price like times 20 or something. So yeah, that's all in the refining. It's like the actual it costs like, I think for like Exxon and Mobil even cheaper than 3 cents because they have like better locations.
I was actually talking to somebody from the gas station here recently, and they told me like they only make like a few cents on the liter. You know what they make, the gas stations itself. The rest is all oil company and taxes, so government.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that Netherlands has the most expensive gasoline in the world. Also one of the biggest oil companies in the world. That's the sad part.
I got another COVID question, if you guys are up for it.
Yeah.
Have you guys read about the spike protein attacking natural immune cells within the body? And that people that have been vaccinated cannot give convalescent blood. Back normally, without a vaccination, if I catch COVID, hypothetically here, and me and you have the same blood type, and you catch it after I've already gotten over it, they can use my blood with my antibodies to boost your immune system and to teach your immune system how to fight the COVID infection. Well, if I've been vaccinated, or if that person is vaccinated, my blood has no effect on them. It doesn't actually, because the spike protein then attacks the antibodies that are in my blood that were given to them. Have you guys heard or anything about that? And if so, if this is actually happening, is this contaminating the global blood supply?
Who's going to answer that?
Just food for thought.
I don't have an answer either.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
I
let's
watched all the TLAV episodes about man.
The other thing I was going to mention, let's not get into the matter of what it's doing to the female reproductive system, because there's, from what I read in the research, there were 3 hormones directly responsible with the reproductive system that are basically made by the immune system during a woman's reproductive cycle. And once you start interfering with this, you start interfering with the entire cycle. So, you know, there's not enough research coming in from that either. Like, there's so many unknowns here that, like, are we painting ourselves in a corner genetically from a point that we won't be able to get back from?
Well, I mean, this whole thing is a live, ongoing experiment. That's why there's such a lack of data in general around the whole thing.
Or oversight, or monitoring.
Yeah, that too. Or transparency, or...
The list goes on.
Yeah.
All of the things that would normally be present in an experiment, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
It just, from experience, when something doesn't make sense, it means information's missing. It's not magic. It's just either someone's lying or withholding something. That's a given. But yeah, there's so much going through my head about it. It's I just wanted to throw it the hot potato at somebody else. I want some feedback. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. I mean, I'm not that. I haven't studied that. I'm not a.
The Last American Vagabond has done some brilliant work on the subject matter over several months. So if you are looking to sort of catch up on any of this, by all means, go through some of Ryan Christian's work. He provides all of his links to all of the research materials, so you can go through it yourself. And yeah, look, anyone that supplies links to their research material and gives you a chance to go through everything, I'm going to support. So yeah, just wanted to sort of throw that in there too.
Yeah, we had Ryan on the show multiple times. I don't think recently, have we? This year? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we did like 2 months ago or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
this
the one I missed.
summer. Oh shit.
I can ask him back on again. I mean, he's a good speaker.
If you can catch him, the guy is busy as. The amount of work that's coming through, not just from him, but from everybody nowadays, because I mean, it took a while to weed through all of the sort of independent reporters to get to the gems. And now that I've found so many, there is not enough time in a day to go through everyone's work. Literally. There is so much good work coming out now if you're following the right people. Like between life, sleep, food, shop, bills, family, there is not enough time in a day to go through everyone's work. And it's frustrating at times. You take a couple of days off and you're hours behind. And I don't mean it's sometimes hours, you're like days behind in some cases.
Hey, you want me to bring him on? Then you will come on too, fan man.
Look, I'd love to. Having intelligent people to be able to sort of bounce ideas off of is invaluable. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love books, and you can learn a lot from a book. But what you can get over a conversation across a table with some intelligent people, no book could ever teach. And it's more dynamic.
Now, the thing is, I watched the TLA3 episodes, but he gives so much information that at some point you get overwhelmed by it. You have to be constantly busy with this specific subject. For me personally, I'm more like interested in like general human rights, so I focus on a lot of different things. So, but he's
so as I do, I respect what you're saying there. Yeah, no, I try and sort of multitask as much as possible. But there are certain matters at hand, and this vaccine and pandemic is one of them, which has sort of not just, sort of local ramifications, but global ramifications. I mean, this is huge, what is currently taking place.
They already got what they wanted, because, and I want to bring this up because of something that Mark wrote. They got us divided as much as possible now. The vaxxers
more so
against
than
the
before.
anti-vaxxers, the vaxxers against the anti-vaxxers, and blah 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 blah. But it's like I wrote as an answer on his tweet as well as on Mark's tweet. It's a really old strategy: divide and conquer, right?
Yes, it is. It is. What was disturbing is how you mentioned that anti-vaxxers and vaxxers. One of the comments I noticed while watching a Facebook Facebook sort of post about the Melbourne riots of the so-called evil unvaxxed, and this mother of three wrote a post that basically said these people should not be allowed to live. I mean, this is a mother of four voicing these kinds of opinions on a public platform.
Yeah, but that's what they want. That's what they want, because
I think we're dealing with a mass psychosis here.
As long as we are divided, we don't stand up against those who are oppressing us, right? And
yeah, of
that's
course.
exactly what they want.
Of course, yeah, no, agreed. You're 100% correct. But I also feel that this pandemic and the fear has worked everybody up into a mass psychosis, where it's the blind leading the blind.
Well, I mean, like it's arguable that like they basically released a biological weapon on the population. So I mean,
On China.
well,
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
no, I mean the virus was made in the Wuhan lab. I mean they funded that lab. They made that lab what it was.
With
And
joint
then-
funding.
Well, yeah, it was funding from France. It was funding from the U.S. Funding from Australia.
Yeah. No, that was
and
the
her
surprising
research-
thing, is that everybody, pulled together and worked together. Can't work together for peace, but let's all get together and make a deadly virus. Yeah, that'll make us all friends.
Why didn't we get the zombie apocalypse? Coronavirus.
I don't know.
It would have been cool.
Well, do I have
I
to
think
remind
I
you
think
that,
they
that
probably thought the genre may have just been
wait. Do I
overdone.
have to remind you that pandemic happened at the high days of people protesting all over the world on the streets, and suddenly the
Agenda
pandemic happened.
21.
Wait till 2022. That's the next variation that's coming out.
Oh, the zombie variant, right?
Yeah, that's Agenda 22.
They literally, I don't know if you know or not, Tyler, but they literally put out a thing saying about doomsday variant and zombie apocalypse. Like, I'm not kidding.
Well, I don't believe that, but like I said, it happened. The whole pandemic happened when there was the high days of people protesting in the streets. Suddenly the pandemic happened and everybody was scared at home. So they exactly got what they wanted.
Yep, all the protests stopped, didn't they? All of a sudden. Well, they've got a couple of new protests, but they've got everybody against those people now too. So, mission accomplished.
Yep, exactly.
Hey, Fat Man, what about Sunday? Is that a good day for you, or?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Just give me a couple of texts and stuff and messages. You've got my details. You know how to get a hold of me, so it's all good.
Yeah, I just want.
I'll make time. Look, if you can get Ryan on there, I will make time, because that guy's busy as, I know that, just by going through his work. I can tell.
If you tell me what time, I will be there too, if you want me there.
He trusts Mark.
I'm here for all of us being there, if that's possible. And just adding one extra person.
Don't worry, he will come. So I messaged, so Weda is already on it. I shout out to you, Weda. He's the admin in the TLAV. So.
Hey, what? How come you don't say hi?
He said hi in the chat, and he said he missed you. Okay.
Where did he say that?
He said it is secret.
This is the first time I've actually spoken to AK as well in voice chat.
Is it? No, it's not.
It is. I'm afraid it is.
No, it's not. You think it is. It's not, though.
Oh.
You've been on here before.
You sure?
Yeah.
I recognize his voice, but I don't.
He was on ABB before. Not the.
What was that? Okay, guys, literally dropped out for a second.
Can pop back up on mine with all the servers that are available, wherever they're at.
Our streamer. Are you there, streamer?
I think you literally said like the wrong thing, okay? I don't know.
I'm wondering if Tyler didn't hack me, because every time the stream goes out, the whole panel pops up on one of my
Oh
screens.
shit!
And I just lost 4 screens, and it took me that's what I was doing. It took me 10 minutes to get 4 of them back, because I only had 2.
You blame Tyler?
We're back!
No, it's I know it's a Linux thing. It's a Linux thing. It happens to some of us.
Right, but what I'm saying is when
it's ridiculous, man. Like Discord is broken. Why don't we use Discord? Why don't you use the fucking the Jitsi server?
We can.
Because you guys were all in the Discord.
I fucking hate Discord.
You guys were all in the voice chat or the Discord. I would have used Jitsi.
I hate Discord. I opt for Jitsi over Discord. I hate fucking Discord.
Actually, I was in both servers.
let's see
I
how
was-
much you made today, so you can buy us a server.
I was actually in both. I was in Jitsi and in Discord, and I saw Glory popping in and popping out. So.
Oh yeah, I popped in and it was like no one, and then I knew it was Ted, and then I was like, okay. So.
She just said no one. She called Ted no one.
Hey. I knew it was just Ted. So I popped back out because, like, I know Ted lives in there part time now. So.
Thank you, Glory. So you're saying I'm no one. Thank you very much.
No, Ted, I'm not saying that. Calm down.
Hey, we'll still give you half a pack of cigarettes, Pepsi, and a bag of chips.
You forgot the fucking chocolate milk. How are you gonna forget?
Yeah, what the hell? You said Pepsi instead of chocolate milk?
Yep, I wanted to say the same. Not Pepsi, chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk and Doritos. I got you, Ted.
Yep. That's
And
basically
seeing
my.
I forgot, I'll even throw you a goat in from Afghanistan.
That's basically my two food groups. Doritos. No, three food groups. Doritos, cigarettes, and chocolate milk.
Why did I know that he was going to say cigarettes?
But the goat is an extra wife, you know, and she can't bitch at you to court and sue you or anything.
But Hans, you said you are often in the Tampa area, so you probably know Watchmen as well, right?
I know Watchman very well. Yes, I talk to him about every day.
I'll tell him I said hi, because we used to talk a lot, but he became quite quiet on many platforms for some reason.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit of distance.
Well, that's also probably just censored. you gotta realize everybody's censored, man. Like, it's because you don't hear them or see them. That doesn't mean anything. It just means that you're not seeing them because they're censored.
That's not what happened. I mean, I'd have to explain it to you what really happened, why you're not seeing him around too much. But he moved like 60 miles south of where he was, and he got him a real job, man. He's actually a dishwasher now. Thank God. But he's on disability. But
I don't. Okay, let's not give all this private information about.
Yeah, you're just like doxing him right now.
What I'm saying is, he is not avoiding you on purpose or anything. If you want to know how to get a hold of him, it's real quick. I mean, I tell you, he's
well, tell him I said hi to it. Okay.
Oh, I will. I mean, it's that's no problem. I mean, I'm sure he'll text me in the next few hours. But he's good people, man. He really is. He's really hard working, and that's why I said he got him a job on the side of disability, and he's doing good. And he went over more to the auditor side than the anonymous side. So he's hanging out with all the auditors that are going around, and what they're doing is they're going from city to city and collecting public records to audit their books to see where the money is spent. And that's why he's spending most of his time there.
Yeah, and okay, so about Watchmen, there's actually some news about that, because he did ask me like last week to bring one of his friends on our show, a YouTuber that got demonetized, and he wants to talk about some things, mostly censorship, I guess.
Where's
Didn't
it come on?
by the way,
I want to see this proof because I want to see him actually come on.
I'm just saying that actually that guy, I know who he is. He has like 250,000 YouTube followers.
Yeah.
He does make money. He's another pool
by the way, Mark.
You're the same guy. You're right, Hans.
By the way, Mark, did you hear about what they're doing now to the anti-virus people, blocking their bank accounts and everything? That's big bullshit, right?
So Ted, so for using antivirus software and not get my bank account blocked, that's some bullshit.
Is that in our country, Ted, or?
Well, they did it to Willem Engel. They blocked his bank accounts and everything. And
are you talking about anti-mandate?
Isn't that a while ago, Ted? Isn't that like last year or something, and he already won the lawsuit, or is that new now?
No, it's quite recent. It was on the news again that they did it again. So I was
ING.
like, what the fuck?
Did ING do that again?
I'm not sure what bank it was, but they didn't say what bank it was. But it was on the news, like they blocked the bank accounts and everything, so they can't get donations and anything. And yeah, Willem Engel was one of them, but they did too many.
Yeah, well, last time he sent $50,000 to buy some kind of piece of land in fucking Spain, so he made that mistake himself. But if they did it again, that would be very shocking. He did win that lawsuit last time, because he had to do it like that back then. Because,
I'm still waiting for the lawsuit. I'm still waiting for the lawsuit against the doctor that he want to sue.
Well, look, Ted, we're broadcasting on another voice channel, right? It literally posts all the live recordings of his lawsuits. Just saying.
I said, let's talk about Barrett Brown. How's he doing? I've been seeing some of his posts around.
I don't know. I haven't really watched that, but
there's a name.
Well, he did a very terrible thing. Yeah.
He didn't do it on purpose, though. I mean,
wait, what did he do?
He's got balls of steel. I'll promise you that. But I mean,
yeah, no, he's definitely he's a hardball. What did he do?
Man,
he stole Lori Love's girlfriend.
Really?
Yeah, no, worse than that. Me and
but you can't kidnap. Wait, he literally kidnapped her? Because you can't steal someone.
No.
I mean, I guess
he kidnapped her, right? It takes two to tango.
No, this after that. No, it just.
I'm not saying it's a good thing, and let's give the guy a medal. I'm just saying it takes two to tango.
I mean, would you like to give him a medal?
What for? Wait.
We'll present it to him on air next Thursday at 10 p.m. if you're going to give it to him.
I don't know. I'm just wait. Why do I have to present? I don't even know what it's for.
Whatever you want.
I'm just saying. Look. I'll be over here if anybody needs me. Just yell out.
I just think.
Look, I'll even pay for the medal. You just have to present it. You just tell me what you want it to say.
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out. Like, why are we giving a medal, and what's it going to say? What's it for? Like,
we are.
So we are creating some
can't dislike a guy because he stole someone's girlfriend alone. I'm saying it's not a cool thing to do.
He helped Lori in the hospital by doing that.
Really?
So we are creating some kind of douchebag Olympics where we.
What I want to bring up is totally different. What y'all are talking about, Barrett Brown?
Okay, this guy is never going to come back now on our fucking show. You know that, right?
He was never on.
He should come back on, and we should.
Twice.
We should have Commander X as a guest host next time he comes on.
Who did you mean?
But I gotta wait till his next video visit.
Am I missing something?
Talking about Commander X, by the way, is there some updates or still the same?
Still the same.
It's gonna be Oh, October.
His next court date is in October. Yeah.
He's not. I've talked to him. I've talked to him a couple times since last week. I'm just telling you, he's not. Commander X is. It's hard for me to say whatever it is, but he's accepted what's going to happen. You know, and hopefully they're going to plea deal it down to like a year and a half or 2 or 3 years. But he knows that. I mean, he rubbed their face in it, man. I mean, I'm sorry, and everybody here knows. Tyler, all of y'all know he's one of my best friends. I mean, we've been friends for 15 years, whatever. But you know, I mean,
never
he's not
shy
Well,
with any of the stuff. So, yeah.
I consider him as a friend as well. So yeah, that's why I ask, because I do care about Commander X. You know.
Oh, I care about him. I make sure his bank account, you know, in jail. I mean, I make sure that he's got plenty of money to buy what he needs. You know, I don't care about anybody else. What everybody else is doing is great, and I wish y'all would help him out a little bit on that. Which he don't really need anything, because you can only buy so much. Once what it is that once after he's so much of a balance, they take it past his past bail. So sometimes donating is bad, sometimes donating is good. But no, he's accepted what's going to happen, and he's just hoping that, you know, for the best, you know, on a plea deal, that he can just come out, because they weren't playing, man. I mean, he did. When we actually, all of us, I think, watched that big program. He did the interview for 30 minutes, and then he did the live show from Canada. You know, I kept telling him that was a bad idea.
You mean 60 minutes?
No, this was the one after that. He did one in Canada on 30. This was right. Like,
Is it really a show called 30 Minutes? Because if there is, I've never heard of it.
I would not be surprised.
That's kind of.
I'll send you the show.
I would not
That's
be
kind of
surprised.
prerogative, right? I mean, 30 minutes, 60 minutes.
It was before an hour and a half documentary. He did a 30-minute show on Canadian live. Okay, and what it was that he's sitting there bragging about everything he did. He took off. He's like, you know, fuck you, United States. I'm going here. I went through there. I went through here. I went through there. And it wasn't a secret where it was at in the first place. You know, everybody knew where it was at. I mean, it's like you, me, and everybody.
Well, he's in the embassy, wasn't he? Because he had asylum.
No. He didn't have asylum. That's the thing. He didn't have asylum. All he had was like a green card.
Oh.
Okay, he applied for asylum. They never approved it.
Didn't realize that.
And the only way a green card
Because
is
of the
going to help
language barrier.
Wait. What about that thing he showed everybody? The fucking refugee statement card. Was that just like a preliminary thing, or he didn't get that thing finalized?
That was like his green card, I think.
Really?
It was.
Because he told me he got it. He got his refugee or asylum status. Maybe he didn't.
I
don't know.
He got. If everybody listen for a second, what he got? He got kind of like refugee status, but what it was it wasn't full asylum to where he was not prosecutable. Okay. And when he did this stuff in Canada, when he did that 30-minute pre-show, and then he did that hour and a half documentary on him rubbing the U.S.'s nose in his ass.
Well, that's typical.
The U.S. Marshals went and got him, and I mean, and once he was up in California, what can you do?
Hey, but technically, if you apply for a refugee for asylum in Mexico, like you enter into that process and you already get legal support from Mexico. You get like a weekly fee. You get like a little bank card and stuff from them too. Like when you're in that process, you have certain protections too from Mexico. I'm just saying. Because I did look into that.
Yeah, I thought it so too.
Mark, he didn't get that though. That's the thing. What I'm telling you, he was living for all that time that we were talking and everything else. I can be honest now about it because it's all done. I mean, he's back here in the U.S. He lived upstairs in a coffee shop with a family. He had a 1-bedroom apartment, and that's when he got Xander, his dog, and then he got the second dog real recently. But what happened was that he went down and we planned. I mean, we talked for days about him going down there and presenting his papers to get his, asylum. And he went down there and he did apply for asylum. There's no doubt about that. But what they did was they give him like a green card, which takes, it's like a green card in the U.S. and AK, everybody else in the U.S. knows. Tyler definitely knows what I'm talking about. He got like a temporary state where they would not deport him from Mexico. Okay, and then all of a sudden, he kept doing these shows about, hey, I beat the U.S. Hey, I got immigration. I got asylum, and he didn't get it. And AMLO, the president of Mexico, is the one that actually turned him over to the U.S. government.
Well, the rubbing the nose in their own asses, that's the typical X thing, right? I mean, he loves to do that. I don't know him better than that.
It is typical X thing, but he was gone for almost.
Do you think the documentary was like the last thing in the barrel? Because like after the documentary was out, he was arrested like 3 weeks later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like 7. I don't even think it was like 7 or 8 days.
It was like because it was like taunting the U.S. That's why.
Exactly. And it's the same thing. It's and me and Chris will be friends for my whole life, and I will support him forever. No doubt. I support his sister. I give her money. It's no.
Well, like I always say, you can poke the bear to a certain point, but it's gonna whack you, right?
Exactly. But what the thing is it all comes down to the shit that he did here where I'm at, which started the whole stuff with food, not bombs. After McHenry, we had stuff here, and then he went back to California, and he should have done what he wasn't going to do any time, but they got charges here for him too in Florida. He's trying to get them thrown in and combined with the same charges he's gotten out in California. But to me, I've talked to David Tereski, I've talked to Jennifer Garland, I've talked to the lawyers that always help me with all this stuff. And what I've told them is that, how much, because they're charging all this, saying all this monetary damage was done by DDoS. How much damn money can I have charged by DDoS? I mean, he didn't hack nothing. He didn't break nothing.
I actually was making a tweet about that quite recently. That DDoSing is not even hacking, and they indeed did not steal or corrupt or damage anything. Right? No data was corrupted or stolen. It was just a denial of service, nothing more.
Right, exactly. He never got in the server, which I'm not going farther than that. But anyway, he didn't never get inside the service. It was DDoSing. The same thing they're charging with him in California. And, they're saying, well, it cost me $35,000 for this hour and $40,000 for them 10 minutes.
They're doing the same thing they did to Marty. Marty's facing 20 years for DDoSing the Boston Hospital portal. Right.
Yep.
Exactly, Tyler. That's what I'm saying. But DDoSing just means your shit is weak. It doesn't mean I'm beating you or I'm taking anything from you.
Exactly.
20 years.
It's like going with like 1,000 men to a building and standing in front of the door, not letting people in. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, well, okay. So the thing with Marty, though, I mean, I understand why he did it, but also at the same time, you shouldn't just DDoS a hospital, man. Like that's
true, but you get less for murder.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, when you DDoS a hospital, I mean, you're taking down their services inside the hospital itself. I mean,
all right. No. You have got a point. A hospital is a no-go zone, I have to say.
I mean, it would be worse.
I agree with that.
Worse if you did ransomware. I agree with that. You'd lock out everybody out of the system.
I don't even know what DDoS is. What I do? Press enter or control what?
F4. We create a script where you just constantly you click F4.
Yeah, actually, what you do.
Believe me, if I'm gonna DDoS you and shut you down, I'm gonna use an Indian call center with 500 computers in it to do it in the middle of the night.
Actually, what
and use a Russian IP address.
Get some power behind you.
Well, you gotta use the Russian IP address, okay? Because you gotta make the attack look like it came from Russia, and then the U.S. can say, "See how bad the Russians are."
No, you don't play into it.
Exactly.
No,
No, we dragged the Russians into anything. If not, I'm gonna use a Chinese address. It doesn't matter.
You make things interesting and make it look like it's coming from an ally.
Yeah, tell the real people, and you think the NSA is going to miss this shit?
Hell no.
People don't understand what the hell's going on with computers in the world anymore, because you got NSA, just little server stations that are burning 2.5 million gallons of water a day just to cool their servers.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
And that's one out of like 100. These people, man, when you fart, they know when you fart. If anybody thinks you're hiding, you're crazy, man. I don't care what you do.
Thing is,
you're not hiding.
The thing is, if I hire 1,000 people and stand in front of a building, blocking people to enter the building, it's just civil disobedience.
Well, you must be some fat.
Wait. If I do it with a computer, it's suddenly terrorism, right?
Well, I mean, if you're standing in front of a building by yourself and you're blocking everybody dead, I mean, fuck.
Okay,
you're big.
4 liters of chocolate daily, okay. Makes anyone fat.
You know what my point is?
Or if you have like a tank.
If you do it in real life, with 1,000 people, it's civil disobedience. But if you do it online, by DDoSing somebody, it's suddenly terrorism.
Boom, 20 years.
I want all of you on here to DM me, and I want to send you some articles. I think Mark might have seen them. I don't even know if he's seen them. But under the DMCA Act, in 1999, my Christmas present is my whole group got indicted because of an article I wrote under DMCA, and it didn't even go into effect until like 20 days later. But they indicted me on hacking a porn company called iBill with a big porn lawyer named Ed Cherry. And that's where David Teresky and Jennifer Garner came in. They saved our ass. But other than that, we weren't the biggest, we weren't the best, we weren't anything as far as hacker information sites go, cracker information sites go. But they picked us out of a crowd. And we wanted to shut everything down and go away. And
make an example of him.
Oh yeah, and these people come straight behind us and backed us up 1,000%. And I can show you every article that was written, and you can look at it. And we ended up with an undisclosed amount of money from them messing with us in the end after a year and a half. But we were running scared, man, because I was running articles telling people how to use IP addresses to bypass this, how to run a proxy chain. But there was nothing illegal about it. That was the thing. And I was in that DEF CON 9, I was a guest speaker doing this. I had to explain all this stuff at DEF CON.
That's actually how technology started with the DMCA Act, right?
Yeah, but I don't think there would be. Well, what it was, that wasn't like I said, it wasn't anything. I wasn't anybody. We weren't anybody. It was just a group that we had a site for a long time, and we told people how to crack a porn site. Okay, real big, right? But they come after us and tried to make an example of us as a test case, and the government would watch. FBI, NSA, everybody was there. I mean, it was crazy when we were in court.
Oh, you doing it like reverse spoofing or something?
No, we were all we were doing is spoofing IP addresses, so they didn't block you when you start brute forcing.
Yeah, we used to you could spoof. You could get into like member areas by like spoofing the refer, so the page you were coming from before you entered the member area. It worked for a super long time. It was like a little software called ATP spoof, I think.
Well, listen a little bit more than that, and you probably know the site. I own the one site that you know of pretty good, I'm sure, deny.d. But anyway, we started making brute force programs like GoldenEye and a few others, John the Ripper and things come out of our group. And we were showing people how to brute force stuff. And they come at us, but there was no laws against it. I mean, and what we were doing was running a cracker information site. In other words, we weren't telling you to do anything. We were just showing you how to get around certain security systems. And this was in 1999.
Bad, very bad.
Hacking at porn sites, done that, been there, done that, because that's actually how my group started, JCSEC. Back then it was Global Hackers Crew. We started with the CAMS war, which was basically...
what year was that?
That was, let me think, 2001-ish, I think it was.
Okay, that's when I'll talk to you. I'll send you these papers. I'll let you read it all. I'll let you see everything. But anyway, what it was that when they come after us, which was ICE, they were doing a test thing, and right now there probably wouldn't be any hacker information or any techno information sites.
You mean IC3, right? You don't mean ICE. You mean IC3.
No, ICE. This is ICE.
Why would they use the immigration service?
No, that was our. I'll send you. You'll see who ICE is. ICE isn't the immigration service. This is way before the immigration service. But what they were doing is they were putting us up as a information website. In other words, we were providing information to people to bypass security, and we were facing 20 years in jail for this. I mean, they were telling us,
you guys weren't the only ones doing that at the time either. There were a lot of other places, but they singled you guys out.
There was people 100 times bigger than us. Like I said, we weren't the biggest. We weren't.
We had like Temple of a Screaming Electron even back then still.
All I'm saying, we weren't the biggest, we weren't the baddest, we weren't nobody special. They just picked us out of a crowd, and this company called iBill, which is a porn billing company for porno sites, decided to target us. And the government jumped in behind them. Well, we were ready to I'm going to send every one of you the articles. But anyway, we were ready to fold, we were ready to run, hide, whatever we had to do. And then all of a sudden we get this, that David Turetsky guy from Carnegie Mellon, this computer science guy, and Jennifer Garfield from out there in California, the lawyer, that's still doing, online stuff, telling us, don't quit. Don't quit. You got to stand behind this. And actually, I resigned, so they told me, they said, this is a past. They even said in the article that Lucifer Paulin was a past, member of the group. But we went through it for a year and a half and fought them. And, that it's a lot of reasons. That's why you always, we were ready to give up. and I was ready to give up. But don't ever give up. I mean, if you think you're right, and you know you're legally doing what you're doing, I mean, information on cracking and hacking, if that's the biggest business in the world now. That ain't no joke. I mean, if people like us didn't exist, security systems wouldn't exist.
Well, exactly.
I mean,
that's what they need to see. They need to realize that activists, I mean, like, up into, what was it? Probably, I would say, 2013, security was shit. And it's still pretty bad. But it's not as bad as it was back then.
It's got a little better.
Back then, during the CAMS wars, as we call it, CAM wars, because maybe Mark knows that company because it was in Amsterdam. The head office was in Amsterdam, it was so easy to go in and out. The security of that CAM website was so shitty. I had like 40 plus accounts, without even any credit card information and anything. I could make plenty accounts. So if they ban one, I just jump on to the another one with another IP address.
Back in the 90s, commerce didn't exist. The biggest search engine online was called Dogpile. Then this new thing come out called Google. And we were playing with that.
Hey, you're forgetting Yahoo and Ask Jeeves. Come on.
Yeah, Yahoo.
Ask Jeeves is way more popular than Dogpile.
What about Alta Vista? Does that still count or not?
No, okay. All I'm saying is
Netscape is no longer around.
That was back when you were running Netscape.
Well, yeah. I like Dogpile because it would use like 6 or 7 search engines at the same time. It was awesome.
That wasn't until like the late 2000s, though.
No, it wasn't. No, Dogpile was around in like '99.
No, they were down. They started in '97. Actually, because I know the owner.
I'm saying that they didn't start searching multiple engines at once until like the early 2000s, I would say.
No, what it happened, AK, I'll tell you what happened is, in 1998, late 1998, early 1999, all of a sudden Google showed up. Okay, and we were like, what the fuck's a Google? And what they did is they started combining Dogpile and Netscape and all the other search engines, and that's back when we were talking on ICQ. That was the thing. But
I remember the game. I remember all the fucking.
ICQ! I remember that. ICQ, yeah. Oh, damn. Good old days.
But it was all the Wild Wild West. There was there was no commerce online. There was no businesses that were on there. All there was, the 90% of the people online at that time were either just experimenting or they owned porn sites. Yeah, I even went to the porn conventions in Vegas for like 4 years.
There's a concept being sold.
But there was no money on there to steal, really. There was no banking information.
Do you remember BBS, the bulletin board systems? That was
I started that in 1982. Actually, on the bulletin board system when I was in school.
I actually run one in the 90s, like 93, 94 when I started hacking. I was actually running a BBS.
You must have had the 88. You must have the 8086 processor.
Believe it or not, there's still some hardcore old tech gurus that still keep it online. Some of the BBS, I think there's only like 10 or 15 left. But
I'll still talk on there.
I think they even have. Go ahead.
No, I still talk to those people. They know who I am. I mean, I've been around long. Like I said, I'm not the best. I'm nobody special, but almost everybody you start running into that world will know who I am. That was the Wild Wild West. It was great. You know, that's when I don't remember. Do any of you remember Soldiers Battleground? Because I owned half of that. That was the biggest cracker site that was out there. That was where everybody. That was like the Metro Center. Was Battlezone.
Actually, my BBS, the general BBS was just appearance, because there was a layer below that where all the illegal software was shared. Just you had to get special access to it to get into that. But I was running some illegal operations there too. And all the software that I was running was all illegally registered. Back then you still could do that with a registration key that you stole.
Yeah, you know what?
You guys are just loving to confess your crimes right now. I mean,
no, Ted, I'm gonna tell Ted.
These are all
I want to talk to him for a
stories,
second.
very much.
You better hope
Oh, why you shut up,
A little bit of internet history.
I don't care.
Believe it or not, we can actually thank the porn industry, because without the porn industry, we would never have payment systems online. Actually, the first payment system on the internet was for porn. Yeah, for porn.
Yeah, no, he's 100% correct.
No, I still own a bunch of porn sites, if you want to be honest. But
that's actually
what
got me involved.
Very healthy.
What
active in a hobby of some sort.
Let me tell you what got me involved with this is in 1976. I don't have nothing to hide because this statute of limitations run out decades ago. 1976, I got a job with Walt Disney World. Okay. And they took me through this big room where you had to take your shoes off and you had to, watch everything because the temperature, if you walked in this computer room, the computers would all screw up and everything. And I went through all of Walt Disney's computers underneath Walt Disney World. And I was like, damn, that's cool. And I met this guy, a friend of mine, I'm not going to mention his name, but I met a guy that was a programmer there. And all of a sudden, he was like, well, we got this 2.3 baud modem that you can run on the phone that you can connect to Disney if you hit these digits. So what we did is we went out behind Disney's tunnels, and I jumped in the damn dumpster, was digging out papers. I mean, for hours, just looking for passwords, because these people would just leave their passwords on paper. And we ran it. It was fun. 2.3 baud. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, but that's not even a K. 2.3 K. It's like ancient stuff. But
early days.
And that's how I got involved with it. Then over by my house there was an AT&T building, and I went through their dumpsters and found their password. And I was like, well, let's run some of these and see if we can find out.
I would like to take this moment to highlight dumpster diving, because there is so much that you can get from dumpster diving, not just passwords and information, but people throw out all sorts of good stuff.
Yeah,
back then it was like that. If you dump into a company's dumpster, you can find all passwords and all.
I found entire servers with all of their hard drives, everything still attached. They didn't even delete the data, just the entire server.
You didn't have to do anything, because you could go through the phone system and hit a couple buttons and already be in their server. I mean, what could they do? I mean, what we're talking about 30, 40 years ago. I mean, like I said, this is nothing illegal.
The hardware I wanted, plus the
if everybody wanted to, they want to indict me on this shit, man, my lawyer would have a great time. But I mean, it was just
that was before CFAA, and I think CFAA came out like 86 or 83, somewhere around there.
99 at the end of that. 2001, first day, because that was the first. That's what I said. Our group was the first ones they came after on the CFAA. They started coming up. They started in the DMCA. They started coming after us on that, and we were but nothing but an information site, which is different. We never told anybody to do anything.
I remember the good old days with the dial-up modems. Oh, that was the good old days.
That hurt your ears, though. But no, but I'm saying that's what it is. These were all dial-up modems. When I first got on, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair 1000 with a 4K upgrade pack that cost $200 with a 2.3 baud thing, and there was 23 channels on BBS. That was all there was. There wasn't nothing else. Man, that was it. Man, it was. And they were like CB channels. You go in there and talk to people.
I started with a 300 baud modem, and I ended up with a 56K modem when that era stopped. You know, with the dial-up modems. But 300
back
bouts
in the day, where 30 megabytes was like $200-300 for 30 megabytes.
Back in the day, a 2 megabyte hard drive would be brought in on a trailer.
And back in the day, when downloading fucking music, that shit would take fucking days.
Yeah, you were going to AOL 56K. Man, we got some new shit. We got 56K.
Not to mention downloading movies, because that will take forever.
How many here remember the tape drives?
That's what I started on, with a cassette tape.
I just MP3, and it took literally fucking 5 days to get goddamn done. 5 fucking days. 5 full days of being connected to that dial-up fucking modem.
And then you beat off for 30 seconds and it'd be over.
But yeah, I can remember before the floppy disks, you had this music cassettes with the programs on it. It took forever to load. And I'm talking about back then. I had a Commodore 64 with a kind of.
You were rich.
Nah, if you were rich, you had the Amiga 500, yeah, or 1000,
or the 2600. I had the 2600.
Oh, I had the Amiga 500 as well, but I started out with the Commodore 64, which was modified to 128.
128. Yeah, I had that kit too.
But back then with the music cassettes, loading the programs, that took forever.
Then you eject, and turn it over.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you do the other side.
You know what always amazed me? I just want to say something. You know what always amazed me is these people that are in, like we're talking about earlier, the Middle East. These guys, they become part of our group or whatever, and they'd be running like, and this is in like late 90s, they'd be running like a 286 SX. And these guys have hacked 10 times more stuff than I could hack. I'm just sitting there, I'm like, hey, man, I got the first 1 gigahertz machine on the east coast of the U.S. I paid $3,000, flew to L.A. to get it.
Actually, I had one of those. Oh, damn. That's the good old days.
Yeah, but they're running Windows 3.1. I'm running Windows 2000 with the first 1 gigahertz computer on the east coast of the U.S. And these guys beat me to death.
I remember I remember MS-DOS 5 dot, what was it, 5.22, I think it was.
5.1.
Yeah.
You needed DOS 6.1.
Yeah, that was a couple years later, but
Yeah, later on there came 622. I remember 622, but not 522, 622. But yeah, I was running the BBS on MS-DOS actually.
Right. Oh, that was on a floppy disk though. That 5 1/4 inch, right?
Yeah, those really huge ones.
Both.
And you,
That's what I'm saying. If you were running the 5.1, that's I know where you're at. But
but
what always got, like I said, what always got me is these people. You know, it's like today. I've talked to a few people over there in the Middle East that are running like Pentium 90s, and these people beat you to death. I mean, you want to hack with them? You're crazy, man. These people beat you to death, and they're running like Windows 98, but they will take all your shit. They won't leave you down.
The old Pentiums with the 30 pins memory cards. Those old Pentiums, right?
Yeah, with 200 megabyte hard drive and 1 megabyte of RAM, and they'll still run that today, and they will beat you to death. I mean, they will just, they'll just do it.
Like I said, there was those 30 pins memory cards that they used. You can't get them anymore. I think
The slot one motherboards with the upright.
really old stuff is that.
It don't matter if you got them. I'm just saying these people. I know that's like I said. Like I deal with the people in India, the call centers and stuff. And these people running stuff that we haven't seen in 20 years. And these people are doing 10 times as much as we're doing with that. And it's like you got to have respect for them. I mean, you really do.
I do not.
They work hard.
Scammers. No, fuck them. Fuck the Indian scammers. Nope.
Scammers, yeah, but the scammers isn't the entire population. You got to always remember that.
He said Indian call center. That was what he said.
Yeah, they just.
But in the call centers, I'm not talking. I'm talking about using the Indian call center.
That's another thing altogether. Yeah.
It's different than it's not what you thought, AK. It's totally the opposite. These people. If I give them if I give them a mission to come at you, and I told them I was going to give them $5,000 US dollars, they will rip your shit apart, and I guarantee you.
Well,
they just will.
Fuck India in general, because I saw videos what was happening there. Women that are burned alive. That kind of shit.
The class system.
We're not talking about that. I mean, ISIS is doing worse than that right now. ISIS K, and over there.
2.0.
It's like we're talking about software to software, hard drive to hard drive. Who can beat whose system? I'm just saying, these guys will take an old system and beat you to death with it, because they'll stay there for a month. They don't have anything better to do. It's like us. We got to go work. We got to make money. We got to pay bills and stuff. It's kind of like the Nigerian scammers. How much money? How many billions do you think?
419.
How many billions of dollars do you think them Nigerian call scammers have made out of the U.S.?
With that old technology, they probably take a month to connect to you. Ha ha ha.
They'll do it.
Dumbass motherfuckers, though.
I'm just saying, they will do it. I don't care.
People will legitimately believe that, their niece or something is being held hostage because a random phone number called them.
This is the way.
Told them so.
Or my favorite is I am the Prince of Nigeria. I want to send you money, and then you can send me back my money.
The Romeo scam.
Yeah, right.
Bank account details.
I'm saying, and they're still running 486 SX down there in Nigeria, and they're doing that. People are sending them money.
I have a sick such and such.
Yes, I have one. I have one important question. We have in the title, we have Afghanistan, Panjshir Valley, Dystopia, and an Aerosmith drummer. Just saying. I think we pretty much only covered Dystopia.
I think you were a couple hours late, Mark. But
Yeah, I think you're a little late there, buddy. It's now been what since would you guys go live at 10?
Okay, guys. Okay,
Yeah.
So an Aerosmith drummer died. Is there anything else to say?
I said that at the beginning. I said we clickbaited y'all if you came to hear about a dead drummer.
Okay.
I'm saying that.
Do I have anything to say?
I saw
Wait,
Aerosmith
wait.
9 times. I saw Aerosmith 9 times live, and they were the best show band that I ever saw. And I've seen just most every band come through here. But
You know-
Aerosmith, when I started seeing them, they rocked. They blew. Because what it was, let me say this, I'll stop. What it was, the band called Boston was up 1976. They come out with big album, More Than a Feeling, and all this rock and roll band and all this stuff. And their album was great. They really did good. But they picked up a backup band, and it was Aerosmith. And Aerosmith coming in, and all of a sudden you got just Aerosmith just blow your brains out, and then you're waiting for the other band. You're ready to leave. I mean, Steven Tyler and Aerosmith will be famous forever. They'll never die, man. They started in 1971 with Dream On, and they'll never die, man. I mean, for Brad and all them, I feel bad for him. I remember when they broke up, and
What did he die
Dale
of?
Perry, when it went to, no, Jay Giles way before that. Jay Giles was in 76.
So what
That
did
was
he
when,
die of?
when they were
This
traveling
drummer?
around with Fleetwood Mac.
Do we know what he died of?
It was
Or-
cancer. He was having throat cancer or something being treated, and they haven't really released it, but everybody I think thinks that it was cancer. So.
Okay,
Well,
Look at that.
little fact of life, everybody dies eventually.
Okay, let me say it's very simple why I only added this thing as a clickbait thing, even though it's very sad that he died. It's like, this one celebrity dies, but at the same day, about 1,000 kids died in Yemen, and we're not talking about that. So, yeah.
Exactly.
We
Exactly.
did earlier.
I mean, what makes him special? You know, everybody
me,
dies eventually. So, yeah, I die eventually, and nobody will care.
Aw.
It is sad, of course, but I mean, like, yeah, we have to be realistic, right? I mean, we have people.
Well,
dying
it
every
is
day.
the truth, Mark. I mean, we're dying from the day we're born. It doesn't matter what we're dying from. We're dying. I mean,
Yep.
I've had few family members die in the last 3 months. That really hurt me really bad. But I can't. I even had a dog die.
Who even said that it was an Aerosmith guy who died? Because there's someone in the chat who says there is a drummer for the Rolling Stones who died.
Wait.
Man, who the fuck
It was the Rolling Stones.
fucked up that bad? Who fucked up that bad?
That was 2 weeks. That
wanna
was
know.
2 weeks ago.
I want to know who fucked up that bad. You know.
Someone asked, someone told us. Someone
By
told
the
us.
way,
Yeah, that was Brad Mays. That was 2 weeks ago.
No,
I
this is
thought
Charlie Watts
Aerosmith
died.
drummer died.
Someone it's called
and by
Charlie
the way,
Watts.
Ante is super old already. I mean, it had
That's
to
the
come.
other thing.
It had to come eventually, right?
Okay.
Indeed.
So some celebrity died, and thousands of people in Yemen and in Palestine and all these places die today, and tomorrow again, and the day after, every day until we solve these fucking issues. But we don't. And we have to care. It's the same as all these wars, where we have to care about like one Western
Mark,
soldier.
we were before you came on. We were talking about Yemen and how useless that war is, and how these people are being starved to death, and why? Because
I'm not-
Saudi
not-
Arabia.
Wait, shut up.
Wait,
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm just covering the sound with my hair.
Shut up.
No.
Nobody tells me to shut up.
No. Oh, I just wanted to say and make a correction that indeed the drummer did die from Aerosmith, named Charlie Watts, and Glory just made the post.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I think he was in the Rolling Stones, because it says our deepest condolences to Charlie's family and the Rolling Stones.
So I knew the drummer from Rolling Stones died a week or so ago, but that's still out of the chase. Like Mark said, the thousands of people that died in Yemen today, or the thousands of people that are going to die in Afghanistan and Pakistan tomorrow, because Joe Flation decided to pull his fucking ass out and get our troops out of there and leave all the weapons behind.
But the thing with Yemen is nobody seems to care because the media is totally ignoring it.
I care.
No, but I mean, all the other countries are completely ignoring it, you know?
No one
that's
else.
That's pissing me off, you know? I mean,
you haven't looked at what's been happening to the servers in Yemen lately, have you?
But I guess what I'm saying is the mainstream media, generally in every country, whether it be UK, Australia, or the US, you're hearing hardly anything about it.
Exactly.
All
That's
you're
pissing
hearing
me
is
off.
COVID. You're hearing COVID, the sports, the weather, right, and troops coming back home, but nothing about. And that's what he's saying is that. And I can attest from here where I am that look, you're not hearing anything about it. Absolutely nothing. And in fact,
that's pissing me off, you know, because it's terrible what's happening there. Why does the global media turn a blind eye to it?
Because you're going to have COVID.
Because they've been told to focus on COVID. I've got a memo from 2004. Back when the first swine flu hit, and it went through bullet point, step by step, of all the measures that need to be taken to encourage vaccinations back then, and how the media should step it up and talk it up, and basically and how they should structure their presentations, what to say first, and then back it up. But there is a vaccine. Blah blah blah, and to promote the fact that there's deaths, always focus on the deaths, on the negatives. I can give you a link to it if you want. But that was back then. But everything that they cover through in that memo, in that article, they're pretty much doing now, and it is drowning everything else out, and I mean everything.
And the fact that, you know, around Yemen are fucking rich countries, and they are not even helping, right?
What rich countries?
Well, pick one.
I'm not talking about Saudi. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm talking about they're closer. They're only 30 miles from Somalia. What rich countries?
I was thinking Australia, the US, the UK.
Australia's 10,000 miles away, but
I can tell you what they're doing.
It's kind of like Israel. It's kind of like Israel. You think that you think Hamas is going to stand up to Israel? They will bulldoze them into the ocean, without thinking twice. I mean, they're not going anywhere. They got 600 and something nuclear missiles pointed at Tehran. You know, that's where people start focusing as they look at these little fights that like Israel does, and there are a few rockets flying back and forth. But in Somalia, you know, you got people dying, in Cambodia, everywhere around the world, you know, there's people, Yemen especially. I mean, I'm really sad about Yemen because they're not getting any help.
Yemen and Africa.
They're landlocked.
Yemen and Africa, right, are dealing with these problems that were mentioned. Don't get me wrong.
Yemen is
something extra. Now they have something extra to deal with.
Yemen's not in Africa. Yemen's not in Africa.
It's more Middle East.
It's in the Middle East. It is. It's the Middle East. It's the bottom part of Saudi Arabia. And the
No.
United States government is funding
It's
them.
next to Oman. It's next to
Oman,
I know they're two
Saudi
separate
Arabia.
places, but both
No, the other
places are
side.
still dealing with.
Actually,
Uh,
Oman's across the Gulf.
On the other side is Djibouti. Let me think. Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
Djibouti.
Yeah, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Eritrea make up the Horn of Africa. Oh, the main countries in that.
Yep.
But there's nobody paying attention. That's like when
And
the only
you're
thing they
correct,
complain.
there is no.
The only thing they
complain.
complained about when they run that big tanker ground out there in Gulf of Hormuz was, oh, we're not getting dog food. Yeah, I mean, I was just like, man, I wanted to rip my hair out. I'm like, you're driving, you're going right by Somalia. These people would eat that dog food. You're going right by Yemen. These people would thank God for that dog food. Whatever, you could even name the God.
Exactly. They would kill for a kind of dog food.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The whole world's crazy right now. I'll agree with all of you.
Right
I mean,
now.
United States is probably one of the most screwed up countries there is. The EU is being blind because they're being held hostage by Russia because, they need gas and they need power and all that shit. I mean, I don't deny that. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming anybody over there. I mean, that's something that.
How is the EU being held hostage by Russia? Just out of curiosity.
How is it not being held hostage by Russia?
No.
Tell me that.
I mean,
where's your energy coming from?
Well, it normally would go through Ukraine, through the pipelines there, but because of
who owns those pipelines?
Well, those pipelines there, a company in the Ukraine, which
Gazprom.
They've had problems with for quite some time, with Ukraine extorting more money and letting only a certain amount of gas through, which was ordered to Europe.
But it's coming through Russia.
Ukraine, it comes out of Russia through Ukraine, and then
that's why I said they're holding
Europe,
you hostage.
It was Ukraine that was holding. It was Ukraine that was holding everything hostage.
Ukraine's just trying to get. Ukraine's just trying to get a penny on the dollar. Russia owns the gas.
Come on. Ukraine, that's semi Russia, right? I mean, Putin has.
We can have a really good long conversation about this because I know this subject very well. I'm just telling you.
I mean, Ukraine's
getting a penny on the gallon coming through there. Russia owns all that. They own everything. They own all the natural gas going in Europe at all.
And the Nord Stream 2 pipeline would
that was the second one Biden approved.
That would bypass Ukraine and give it straight to Europe.
But it's still coming from
Germany,
Russia,
right?
It still comes from Russia. It goes straight to Germany, as far as I remember. Yeah. And then from there, Germany would be able to dictate
how many taxes they want.
Yeah, but I can see them being a lot fairer than Ukraine has been in the past. And this is what the problem was.
But what was denied to you, all of you, and I don't know if you understand it, is the United States has got more natural gas than all of Russia, everybody else, and we were ready to pump that over there. For like a quarter, like 25% of the cost of what Russia's going to do.
The upset in Ukraine in 2014 happened to play in the hands of that gas deal.
Yeah, and
Crimea died.
Do not forget the Netherlands has also a lot of natural gas. We have a lot of it.
Well, you do, but
your ass doesn't count.
We're talking about enough. We're talking about different amounts. The United States started tapping some lines over here. Well, the United States doesn't need anybody. We don't need anybody on the planet for nothing. We've got more natural resources than anybody. We got more gas, we got more oil, we got more natural gas, whatever you want. The reason we've been dealing with like Saudi Arabia and the rest of them is we're trying to compete and especially Russia, were trying to compete on the natural gas market because we got so much of an overflow. And they wanted us to try pumping over there, and that's why we were trying to stay away from Gazprom and all them people. And that the pipeline wasn't approved by Trump. We were going to pump you gas for half that price, and be glad to do it. But Biden come in, and it's the same old Obama stuff. All of a sudden, they want to start. They want you to pay $11 a gallon for gasoline, and $400 a month, bill for your gas or whatever. Hey, it's crazy, but yeah, that's the first thing Biden did, and I couldn't believe it, because he's like, we're exporting oil. The United States got so much oil. We tapped into some stuff in Alaska, and we tapped into some stuff in the Dakotas that we won't run out of any fossil fuels for over 300 years. The only way that Saudi Arabia and Russia survives is by selling you inflated fuels, and that's all a scam.
Isn't the US exporting Syrian oil as well and making a profit there?
We're sending what the United States is doing with Syrian oil is we're actually selling it to Europe. It's not going to the United States. There's no oil imported from Middle East to the United States anymore.
And actually, there are a lot of alternatives that do not make us dependent on oil anymore. But they're not doing anything with it. That's the problem.
Well, there's already infrastructure built for profit currently in place. To change everything to what you're suggesting would cost more, and profits would go down. It's not financially viable is the simplest way to brush you off.
And that's the whole point. It's not profitable.
I agree with Van, man. What's happened in the last 2 years is now the price of actual solar is coming down a little bit.
And it's improved.
But the most bang for the buck in energy is going to be fossil fuels for the next 20 years.
Right now, you want to look at energy storage. Energy storage is really where we should be focusing on, because we can gather energy.
Yeah, but the U.S. has got so much storage set up. But the thing is, like I just said, it's not viable. You said it too. It's not viable.
No, actually,
batteries are not going to last.
I was being satirical. It is actually viable in some cases, and there's quite a few US companies that are leading the way when it comes to batteries, or energy storage, I should say, because one of them can't actually be classed as a battery because it
I probably know them, but as far as the company goes, what I'm saying is this is what the big scam is right now. Everybody's focusing on these electric vehicles. Okay? Well, we're going to put a charging station here. We're going to put a charging station there. But you don't understand at the end of this, when it starts, that it's going to cost more than gas to charge your batteries. It's not free. I mean, they might give it to you for free right now, but when it starts coming down to bang for the buck, these people are greedy. Greed is the way of the world.
There's another alternative, like I said a few episodes ago. Hydrogen gas. That's also an alternative, and it's easy to produce. Easy to produce.
You can produce it during the day using the electrical current produced by solar panels, and it'll just sit there in the background during the day.
No, he's right.
They split hydrogen and oxygen out of the water.
Well, they introduced hydrogen and oxygen fueled vehicles in the 1980s. And it come to fruition in the 1990s that it will run. And you could actually run your vehicles on pennies a day. I mean, you could drive hundreds of miles.
Have you guys seen the documentary, Who Killed the Electric Car? Brilliant documentary. I'd have to recommend it to anyone that has or hasn't seen it or wants to watch it again, do it. It's great.
I've watched it a few times. I like it. I mean, I'd recommend it also.
I'd like to thank
is that the documentary where they show all the different people that have been murdered, who were working on electric cars?
I don't know if they were murdered. They had accidents. Some.
Yeah, like a Clinton.
To their work
Right,
and stuff,
right,
and
accidents.
their
Like the
research
whole-
destroyed.
Like the
Yeah,
like the whole like the
yeah,
whole
it's like you had
position, they had accidents.
Oh,
not-
the H2O
the
powered
Russians ain't got nothing on the Clintons.
the H2O powered car. The
That's what I'm
H2O
talking
powered car. The inventors of it were killed, and then there was a car that was powered
The
on
inventor of the H2O car, yes. He actually, apparently, from what I heard of that, uttered the words, "They poisoned me," before he collapsed fully. In a diner. Where he was meeting, apparently, to discuss the deal.
Like
I
I
don't know
said,
if that's correct.
like I said, it's like the Russian opposition, right? Right? They were not killed; they had accidents, right?
Well, now I like these. I like these new accidents they got now because over in Europe they just got a guy. This scientist had come up with another hydrogen idea, and he was up near the Swiss and the Alpines, and somebody shot him, but they couldn't find it because the bullet was made of ice. But it was an accident.
The ice round. That's been around for years.
Oh yeah,
CIA and yes, like I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Indeed, because ice will melt and there's no trace. You only find
Yes.
water.
And
Yeah,
the ice can actually be a toxin itself. If you choose
yeah.
it. Like it has several implementations in the way when they
Anything at I don't care what anything is at high velocity, it's fatal. Even air.
If the ice is made with water, which is contaminated with bacteria or whatever, yeah, this toxic.
There's no DNA. What are you going to do to the people? You know, I mean, that's what like the whole thing, like I was saying, Atlas Shrugged was about. You know, they invented a motor to run on, like AK was talking about, hydrogen power. It didn't cost nothing to run.
Speaking about that, actually, because I looked into some of that, and the most successful ones were using a sonic wave to displace the hydrogen off of the surface of where it was forming to clear the surface of any obstructions to allow new bubbles to form, thereby increasing the productivity of hydrogen using nothing but a vibrating harmonic. And I thought that was pretty clever at the time. I don't know, I just sort of thought I'd mention that.
But yeah, it is an alternative, and it's also, by the way, a much cleaner alternative to fossil fuel, right? But yeah, nobody is using it because there is, like you said, no profit in it, right?
Well, when you take into consideration that the infrastructure for servicing current vehicles, fueling them, the repairers, the build-up of spare parts, the spare parts industry, the service industry, and all of these people are going to lose jobs, they're going to lose profit, because once you start moving to electric cars that they discovered, very little maintenance is required. Very little.
True.
So,
but yeah,
not really. Let me correct you one thing.
There's a lot of different reasons for a lot of different alternatives.
Okay, I just want to.
Not all the same reasons.
All I want to do is correct one thing about that.
Of course.
Okay.
Please.
The thing about it is why I keep saying there's a fossil fueled world is you can have all the electric you want. You can have all the whatever you want. Hydrogen, you can run it off of whatever you want to, but you're still going to have fossil fuel for lubricant.
Yep, and plastics and the rest of the stuff. You are correct, 100%.
Yeah,
correct.
of course.
Rubber.
We are still dependent on that, but it could be less. It could be less than that we are using.
Shit, I can't even get my girlfriend's ass without fossil fuel lubricant. I mean, damn. It's going to be a long time before you get rid of that.
We can't have that.
Maybe an idea.
Think of the children, for God's sakes. I mean, this is bigger than just, you and me.
Yeah, like I said, the hydrogen idea is a much cleaner solution, right?
It is, as far as I understand it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here. When you ignite hydrogen and oxygen, it turns back into water vapor.
Exactly. Well, there is maybe a little CO, but not as much as fossil fuels, right?
Let me say something about what's going on here right now. We're having a problem with water. I'm in the best state in the world.
There's heaps of water. There's heaps of water.
I mean, we're so full of water that, I mean, my swamp is out here. You can't walk 100 feet behind my house without being knee deep in water.
But
what they're doing is they're saying COVID is causing a liquid oxygen crisis.
Yeah,
okay?
I saw that.
Okay, but Elon Musk's rocket's going up tomorrow, it's powered by
causing a liquid oxygen crisis. That's fucking water pollution.
You've seen that, haven't you, Glory? You know what I'm talking? But Elon Musk is launching a SpaceX rocket tomorrow.
And is using the same devices to produce liquid oxygen.
Yeah, but it's like the pollution. It releases the more pollution than 1 million cars, and it's using more liquid oxygen than we could ever breathe.
It's the same as
I agree with the both of you. You both have two same points for the same issue.
It's the same as now what is going on in the Netherlands here. They want to bring Formula 1 back to the Netherlands, right? But one of those races makes more pollution than I don't know how many cars, right? I mean,
it's all about the money.
They are just
always is, always will be, always was.
Yeah, this weekend they're going with the Daytona 400 too, and then the 250 after that. And I mean, it's crazy. Glory knows about this. Mark knows about it. Everybody knows about it. I mean, it's like, they send up one rocket. How much does that one rocket? Now, they've been shooting up. Y'all don't even understand it. I guarantee you, because you're not here. I can look Cape Canaveral. I can watch rockets go up from my house, and they've already launched over 60 this year.
Being
and they'll probably launch another. And they'll probably launch another 40 more.
I used to hang out at the airport to watch planes take off and land, and hang out at the flight school hoping to get on board on a flight taking place. So, for a geek like me, watching stuff like that, like takeoffs and landings, a rocket is...
Oh, I watch them I've been watching them since I was a baby. I mean, I watched the first moon launching.
You still have...
But I'm just saying, there's so much... Yeah, but there's so much... They burn up more... They shoot out more toxic gas than all the cars on the east coast of the United States do in like 10 seconds.
Depends what they're burning. I mean,
they burn hydrogen, liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is the biggest thing that they use.
And next to that all, first of all,
I'll send you a pic.
Humans are, fascinated with what's up in space, but we know we know so little about our own oceans, We know so little about our own oceans.
Our oceans are plastic. We're not worried about that no more. We can walk to China.
Well, they will be once we get there. We can get there.
What do you actually think that Elon Musk and SpaceX and NASA and all these companies, what do you think their actual goal is? Because I've been watching them, like I said, since I was 8 or 9 years old, all my life, since I can remember.
Have you seen the movie Elysium?
Yeah, but what is their actual goal? What do they do?
Finding new resources in space. I think that's what they're after. They want to find new resources in space. other planets.
You're exactly right, because they have 409 companies that registered in the last year for mining projects on Mars, the Moon, and every other planet we go to, and even some of the little like comets that come by. You think they're not going up there? They're not going up there to try to save your life or my life or find something else. This is all for-profit stuff. It's not. It's not a joke.
Yep.
Those asteroids out there.
Yep.
Full of
They've been
everything.
doing space mining for years. My source, who I've talked about multiple times on ABB, told me that he was involved in moon mining operations and that he was tasked with mining the moon for, I think it's lithium?
Yeah, that there's lithium, and it's also what they're actually doing. They're trying to they're looking for hydrogen because they're trying to establish a point. That's the only reason they want to find water there.
No,
so they can stay there.
Well, anyway,
it's got a high amount of deuterium.
I just can't remember what it is, but he basically said that it was a part of the Air Force, and that he was
Space Force now.
Well, no, but back then it was part of the Air Force when he was involved in it, and he said that basically he was involved in moon operations and mining the moon, and I thought it was crazy when first told me, and then he basically showed me that the military had this secret space program stuff that they were trying to do for several years, and then they canceled the projects. And as you know, the government's not going to cancel something. It's going to go under a shroud of secrecy, right? So for several years in the 1980s, they were drafted, or not just the 1980s. I think it's going all the way back to the 60s, actually, to be honest. They were drafting up plans for various different space operations and a moon base, and there's a rocket ship that they drafted up as well that can hold more than 5 people or 8 people, whatever the standard is now. So he showed me all this evidence and everything, and then I was like, holy fuck, like, this guy's not lying. He's 100% telling the truth. Because he was just pulling out all of this information. I wrote the article up like years ago.
Well, I know that there is water on Mars because they found ice, right? Which is basically just frozen water.
That's correct.
That was on the moon, and what happened is that like I said, I've watched every rocket go up. I mean, you can come over here to my house and you can spend a month with me. I don't care. You can watch SpaceX shoot up 3 or 4 rockets a week, just about anymore, because they're taking over the internet. But a friend of my family was really close. He owned a big optics company that made windows for the Apollo rockets when they went and landed on the moon. And they told me straight up, they said that this, we're going to see what's on the moon. I mean, we're looking for this, and that's why all these lunar rovers and all that, they're only taking soil samples. They don't care about anything else. They're looking to see and they're going to the craters. And AK is right. There's 3 craters on the moon that are full of lithium, which we've only got a few places like out between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, out there in Mule Valley, that's got lithium in it. We've only got a few lakes. So they're looking for every resource they can get. And I mean, they will. Man, there's a billion space objects out there right now that are just flying around our country that have no purpose. We're going to have some problems. I mean, we've got a lot of trash out there.
I know for 100% sure that they found water on Mars in the form of ice, of course, but
No, they've found water. They've since found water under the surface. It's not just ice. They've found water as well.
Oh, they did.
They found it on the moon also after they crashed into the pole 3 times. That was the first place they found any kind of water samples. It was on the pole of the moon.
Sorry, can I
it's
get
easy
link to that article?
I give you. I can give you a link to Mars.
The water.
I don't know about Mars now. I'm just saying on the moon they did find water crystals, and they did. That was 8 or 10 years ago. That was during. That was when we used to watch shuttles come up and land and it boom over my house, and I get one of them sonic booms.
I think it was.
I'm not sure about Mars. I know there's water on Mars, but I'm not sure exactly where it's at.
Look, as far as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, water is not rare in the universe. It's just to find it in its liquid, solid, and gaseous state in one place. That's the rare thing.
But no. The only problem is to make it to where people can consume it, and we can do it without, breaking our budget. In other words, it's not as expensive as gas to buy a gallon of water. And they don't care about anything else.
I think that's it. It was discovered last year, where they had discovered underground lakes on Mars. I think that's it. I'm not 100% sure if that would be the right article.
That's a good corporate idea, Bottle it up and sell it as moon water and Mars water.
Oh, you really just gave them that idea, really?
Look, there's what the planet's covered with what?
That's the next thing. Next big thing is moon lube.
But unfortunately, only like 2% of that water or 3% of that water is drinkable. Then take that into consideration that most of that 3% that's left is owned by companies or private interests currently. Because, it's a small equation that was done fucking years ago, which says if you want to control all life on the planet, you got to control 3 major things: food, water, and power.
No, just water. That's why last year China got all pissed off because the United States actually sent a rocket up and planted a flag on the dark side of the moon. The dark side of the moon doesn't turn. It's not like the Earth. We got hit by a meteor. That's why we turn. But it's always dark. But we planted a flag over there in China. That's what started all that fighting and warring over the South China Sea.
I think that's called tidally locked. I could be wrong. I'm just like.
I just want to know. I just want to know which of you are volunteering to drink Mars water and see what happens.
Nope, not me.
Can I trade it first?
No.
How many bitcoins you got?
In that case, it probably.
Drink this shit. I don't care. I put a filter.
It's safe and effective. It has a 95% effectiveness at protecting you from COVID, and we'll just get other people to test it.
That's right. If we all fly to Mars, we're all gonna get cured of COVID. Cool. Let's play. What did Elon Musk sell that last trip for? $22 million.
Yeah. Good luck living in domes, all because from what I understand, the atmosphere on Mars is not sustainable for life. Not for us, it is.
Oh, it's a whole lot cooler than here. You're not going. It's not a nice planet, but you got water. We can grow weed.
Do you have?
But the air's not breathing.
Do you have a good atmosphere to breathe? Are you gonna keep on having that helmet on the whole entire fucking time, or depend on fucking oxygen tanks coming from Earth?
The more weed we grow, the more oxygen we'll have.
As long as we have herb, everything will be alright.
From what I understood, the air there is not breathable. on Mars. So
Well, see, this is what we have to do, Ted. Okay, we have to get a whole bunch of seeds of trees. Okay, and then we all have to go and we have to plant trees on Mars.
Right. Damn, you crazy.
And if you find a alien-looking creature, run. It might be like Predator.
that's best idea ever. But yeah, maybe we do invent something like they have in the movies, aliens, like terraforming the planet.
Inventing aliens now?
No.
Hold on.
We don't believe in aliens because the
Hold
government
on.
said they're illegal.
Hold
They
on.
don't have
hold
a
on.
passport.
When you're talking about aliens,
but I'm
right?
talking about
If you're talking about
technology.
simple bacteria or something that is evolved or lives as a bacteria or a microbe or even a virus, who knows, whatever, even a seed, a plant, whatever, that's still considered as life.
That is true.
That is still
I'm very
considered as
worried about.
alien life. So, like, you need to understand that when somebody, or you need to clarify really, what do you mean when you say alien life?
Everything.
I mean,
everything.
fucking creature that looks like it's going to eat your head off. Run.
Just say, everything that we know about
What I
is
was talking
carbon
about was
based.
not aliens, but what I was talking about was in that movie Aliens, right? We had the technology to terraform planets. Maybe that's something in the future what they would look into.
I watched Aliens last night. It was on this TV. That's what I was saying earlier when I first came on, where that guy was having sex with women and she pop out babies and they were all kids. I mean, it was crazy. You know, all of a sudden they're going to take over the world.
That's other movie. It's not Aliens. That's damn it. What was it called?
I think it's one of the ones that spawned from it. Like, 'cause the story's been mixed up.
Damn it! What was
I
it
don't
called?
know, but still, I mean, we're all like AK says, we're all carbon based, kind of basically. I mean, everything in the whole universe is carbon based.
Are we sure of that?
If you believe in UFOs?
I've seen things which I cannot explain, and I'm a person who studies astronomy and, have a passion for it and so on and so forth, and
I know that
aeronautics and weather and
bacteria
science.
that thrive on sulfur based stuff, because there are bacteria living near volcanoes under the ocean, so they are adapted to
Silicon based.
Yeah.
I've seen stuff that I can't explain. I mean, I live by damn Port Canaveral, Cape Kennedy. I mean, I've lived there most of my life. I've seen crazy stuff in the sky, but then I when I was in college, I studied a lot of history and a lot of astronomy and psychology and stuff.
Oh, by the way, that movie that you meant, there was Species, not Aliens.
Okay, well,
Species.
yeah, that was on the night before last. I just caught part of it. I was just kind of laughing about it because these people were so freaked out. But what the hell? I mean, there's over 1 trillion stars out there. Okay, the universe is flat. That's the first thing. Okay, it's not big and round or anything. What do you think would make us?
We've only got a sphere of sight as well.
We've been shooting out radio waves since the 1940s. Ain't
Which
nobody
only
answering.
travel which only travel for a certain amount of distance, given a certain time span as well. So they're
I got a feeling Ted will probably differ with you on that.
The Earth
Look back like 13 billion years or something.
I think something like the
wait.
detonation of a nuclear weapon would be something a little louder.
Wait,
But what the hell is a Big Bang? That's what I want to know. I mean, they talk about this Big Bang.
It's the opposite.
Okay, they're
of a
saying
black
that
hole.
our whole universe.
The Big Bang is the opposite of a black hole.
What's a black hole? Define
It's
that to me,
something that
because I've
sucks
studied
it.
them a lot.
It's
I mean,
where time and space collapses at a single point, and matter is just sort of sucked into it, and it
No,
finds
it's condensed.
in some super massive black holes, it finds an equilibrium within this state, and inside there.
But how does it? How does it condense?
I think, let's hypothesize here, an entire new universe is formed, and a big bang takes place.
Wait, it's a white dwarf that collapses in itself, and that results into a black hole.
After the
I
death
listen
of
to
the
everything. I listen to everything that Einstein. I've studied it. I went everything that Hawking did. Everybody else has tried to explain this, and most of them agree that this is not a single universe. That we're flat. That it come from not something not even much bigger than a grain of salt. That just all of a sudden.
You mean like a multiverse, right? Like a multiverse.
Yeah, what's your take on the multiverse theory?
Well, the multiverse theory I agree in, but what I'm saying is what are we? You know, I mean, we're here on this, but we already know we look out at the universe.
There's several versions.
And we're not a flea. We're not even a flea on a gnat's ass compared to what's out there. You know, you're talking about the nearest planet to us that's inhabitable is like 12 million light years away. You know how fast a light year is? I mean, you're talking about, man, it would be 30 generations before they hit that damn place.
If you were able to...
Hey, we're all alone, man. We're screwing up our own planet. We need to fix our own planet and not worry about mine and other planets. We just need to make ourselves survive.
But you see that the Earth is not a coincidence. It happened in several places.
Hold on. What did you just say? The Earth is not a coincidence?
Yeah, that there is life.
How? What do you mean?
Wait.
That's an interesting point.
If you let me talk, I can actually explain, but you always keep interrupting me, and it's starting to annoy me. That there is life sustainable on Earth, so that it's the perfect conditions. It's not a coincidence because it happens in more places in the universe. They found Earth-like planets, like you said, Hans said. The first one is like millions of light years away, but there are planets similar to Earth, so we are not a coincidence, right?
Yep.
Well, let me ask you both something. Do you think that we're the first humans on Earth? It's been here for 5 billion years. Okay, they've only proved the humans been here for like 100,000 years, and that's even stretching it.
Wait,
you don't think civilization has been here and collapsed before?
Could be possible.
Well, how would you know?
Atlantis, the Sumerians.
Atlantis.
Man, we're not talking about Atlantis, Atlantis is off Japan. You can go over there and look at it. They'll take you on a tour.
Hold on. I'd like to say something about Atlantis. If you go to the island of Santorini, right, you'll find that underneath that island, under 35-40 feet of volcanic debris, there's an entire city buried. That, you'll find, is the location of what was once Atlantis.
Well, I'll tell you right now that's bullshit because, Florida was over 200 miles wider than it is now 10,000 years ago. And there's cities out there by the Bahamas that are still there. I mean, you can go out there and look at them all you want. It all goes, it's like global warming. It's a natural effect. It's going to come and go.
Global
it depends
warming
on
is a misnomer. It's climate change because it's not actually warming. It
is climate change. You're right, but what it is, the Earth is tipping one direction or the other and wobbling, closer or not, and it happens about every 10 or 12,000 years. But Florida used to be 300 miles wide. Now it's about 90 miles wide.
So let me jump in here and say, off the coast of Peru is crystalline pyramids that they cannot explain existing. They very, very old, and they're made out of crystal, and they can't explain these existing.
Do you have any link?
You can look it up. I mean, I'm trying to. Same
No,
time.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up. But I just thought if you have any links handy, that'd be awesome. But if not, I'll look it up.
Yeah, a few years ago there was crystalline pyramids that were found, and it was reported by news agencies, not English news agencies, but yeah. And then there's also crystalline pyramids off the coast of China that a lot of people never realize exist, and also there's
China. I know where they're right.
Well, there's also crystalline pyramids off the coast of Japan as well, underwater, and there's some really weird stuff with these crystalline pyramids, man. They're basically the same design that was used in Egypt as well. And it's very weird that they used crystals instead of the normal material for pyramids, using what the fuck's it called? I can't remember now off the top of my head.
Sandstone.
Thank you. Yeah, so instead of using sandstone, they used crystal, and they built these crystalline pyramids, and they're translucent. It's some weird shit, man.
Well, it's kind of like down in Machu Picchu. I went there, okay, and I'm looking at these buildings when I got there, and they didn't use any kind of concrete or anything, but everything's built out of quartz and different. Yeah, I mean they fit perfectly, and they've been there for over 1,000 years. But all I'm trying to say is, even everything that we're finding underwater, above water, whatever, I don't care if we go down to the trenches and start looking way down. What's saying that it wasn't here 100,000 years ago and it was more advanced than we are now? I mean, it's not going to take. Humans are fragile. It's not going to take a whole lot to wipe out this whole world. I mean, it's like
those structures that they found that formed figures like really huge figures that you can only see from the sky, and they were built like a really long time ago when there was no airplanes and nothing. How they managed that, right?
Well, we live not far from there. That's just in a little bit in South America and Peru and down in that area. I've studied them. I've looked at them, and these people were geniuses. Yeah, they were geniuses. How they did it.
Did you go to the pyramids in America and see the pyramids in America and the large megaliths that
in New Mexico?
No.
There's a bunch out there.
The Coral Castle in Florida.
Well, that's one, but that's not. No, there's pyramids.
That's where my granddad got married.
I think it's in Ohio. I think that there's pyramids in Ohio, and it's a restricted area. You can sneak in there, but it's a restricted area, and you're not supposed to go in to the
All right, Art Bill.
No, I'm serious. It's legitimate.
I know you did.
But
a lot of family.
But yeah, so they have these giant megaliths that are on the outside of these pyramids, and on the outside is like these giant figures that they're supposed to be quote unquote guarding these, right? And there's like a giant fucking door. You open up that door and you walk in, and like they're right there in America, and people don't realize that because they're never really reported on or anything, and they don't like go in there and look into them or anything because they're closed off. They're owned. who are they owned by? They're owned by I think the state government or something like that, and like they consider them to be like the same thing as like the statues in DC. I can't remember what the hell the word is.
Historical markers.
Sacred.
Oh.
They consider them sacred. So
you do know that Ohio and Pennsylvania is where the first gold and oil rush was, right?
No, I thought the first not oil. I thought the first gold rush was in California.
No, they started in Pennsylvania and Ohio when they started looking, and they started going west further and further because they were finding more and more. But all the oil was around Ohio and Indiana at one time. That's where all oil was. That's why they started the steel companies there.
Right.
And that's all cool. Like I said, the stuff off Japan and all that, and South America and Florida and everything else. Well, say they're 20,000 years old. We're talking about 5 billion years old. How many civilizations could have come and gone between now and then and just faded, back into the past? And I know you've seen a bunch of old movies where New York was just crumbling to the ground like nothing because, it was 500 years old or whatever. But I'm saying that in that much time, we could have come and gone so many times. It's not crazy. I mean, we're here for a minute. And I mean, we haven't even been in existence in the whole universe, not even for a minute.
Any one of those comets in the past could have done it easily with the snap of a finger.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. I mean, life is fragile, and that's what gets us all, I think that's what gets us all involved in what we do in activism whatever, is that, we're trying to make life better for the next generation. We've already seen where the other generation came from. It doesn't mean in 50 years or 100 years that all of a sudden, some comet won't come here and wipe out the planet and make it rotate the other way. What's going to happen then? That's the end of the Earth.
No, the Earth will be there. The Earth will be there.
Well, I mean,
I don't know about us.
But I mean, we'll be as barren. We'll be as barren as the moon. I mean, we'll be craters.
Long enough to get rid of us, but in time, it'd probably bounce back as things do.
Yeah, but okay, it's already been 15. Well, some people say AK. Some people say it's 15 billion. Some people say 5 billion. The Earth is old. That's a lot of damn years.
All I know is that it's my understanding that gold takes supermassive supernovas from supermassive stars that go supernova to produce gold, and our sun is too small to ever produce gold. So if there's any gold in our solar system, it's the residue from a previous supernova of a massive sun in our vicinity which exploded. Then millennia later, a couple of million years later, a new solar system formed, and that's where we popped up, and that's why we're finding gold.
Well, why do you think that NASA, every time a comet like Halley's Comet and stuff, they're spending 400, 500 million running up there to stick a pole in it to find the content?
But in the same sense, it suggests that we are a very young, very small civilization in the grand sea of what we understand to be space. There's what's his name? Professor Brian Green? No, Brian Cox. Brian Cox said the universe we're the only living organism in the universe, or the universe is teeming with life. One of these statements is false.
I don't believe that.
From what I understood, only white dwarfs can have the power to go supernova. Our sun is a yellow dwarf. They don't have the capacity to supernova. They just burn out.
Yeah, that's my
Burn
understanding
off.
as well. And it's the
Well,
supernova that's required for the gold to form during those
Oh.
final death throes of the supernova itself.
You're getting toward them black holes again that nobody's ever proved. You know, and I've
Oh
studied
no,
the
no,
super
black holes are
collider.
proven.
The thing is.
No, I agree they do, but they're
the
not
two
wormholes
opposites,
to
you
the
know?
future.
It's the
Oh
two
no,
opposites.
no, I didn't say that.
You have or supernova, which is an explosion, or you have an implosion, which ends up in a black hole. So
Yep.
that's the two opposites.
But everything
Um,
you're looking at, okay, every time you look up in the sky, and
The black hole
I've got
comes
a little
after the
telescope,
explosion.
not a big one, not no expensive one. I've been to planetariums and stuff, but everything you're looking at up there, you're looking at something that's 100,000 years ago. That's just how long the lights took to get here. That don't exist anymore. I mean, it's
Possibility.
like, no, I mean seriously, you start looking at
I
light
agree
years.
with you.
Yeah, when you start adding them up, I mean, they're like, most people, I've talked to a lot of scientists at the science center, and they've told me, they said, everything you say, that anything that's shining isn't actually the sun that was there. It's actually just a reflection off of something else. And that it's, that's 25 years, 1,000 years ago, where you'll never even know what happened. By the time we even tried to go anyplace, the place probably doesn't exist.
Yeah. That's like Betelgeuse in Orion, which is, I think, if I remember rightly, is in the top shoulder of Orion. It's a reddy star. That's like, I don't know, 400, 500 light years away. So the light that we're seeing is, 500, 400 years ago. And it's in the stages where it's pulsating towards the end of its, death throes, and apparently it's big enough to go supernova. So for all intents and purposes, it probably already has gone supernova, but because of the 400 or 500 year distance, we won't know until 400 or 500 years down the track when the flash finally hits us.
Yeah, that's like my desktop. I've got a big nebula that's on all 6 of my screens, okay? Because I love looking at them. I mean, it's so great. I mean, some of them's a star nebula,
I hear
the squirrel. I mean, they're cool. I love them because, they really look nice.
I never get tired of looking at the sky.
But isn't that what the Big Bang is basically do? One big supernova, which started everything?
Yeah,
really.
well, that's the theory. That's the theory. From a minute point, everything just sort of burst into existence and is currently still expanding.
It's expanding at 15,000 miles an hour
The
for a long
remains
time.
of what was left of the of the Big Bang formed the planets. The dust turning into planets again over billions and billions of years. That's the theory that is going. And yeah, I find it assumable, right? I mean, they're not the most organized religions ideas of where we come from.
I find
organized
religion.
religion's the worst thing that ever existed, and that's when they thought the universe revolved around the Earth, and the Earth was flat, and they got Hubble and all, and they executed everybody that thought that the Earth was anything but the center of the universe.
But what I mean is,
You're talking about the imprisonment of Galileo.
it's possible.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah,
Yeah,
Galileo, they made him a heretic or something, and they
they
executed his
Twitter. They kicked him from Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube all in one
Oh,
day.
Jack didn't ban him from Twitter, did he?
All in one day. All
Like I said,
platforms in one day.
the whole Big Bang theory sounds really plausible, right?
Yeah, but what they're talking about is if you study it really hard, is that the whole universe is flat. Okay, there's no outwards, there's no upwards, there's no downward. It's flat, and you can look at every scientific book written, and that's what they're going to tell you is the Earth is flat. I mean, the whole universe is flat. The universe is flat.
Three-dimensional. It depends on how you think of space. It's three-dimensional, like a cube.
Over there, the super colliders and everything over there by where you live, that's not what they're saying. They're saying everything's flat. And that just everything's expanding at 15,000 miles an hour. And that because it's in space, you don't get the motion. Because it's in a vacuum. And it's, I don't know. The Earth, you know, I mean, this is a very rare occurrence. Like he was talking about before. You know, there's like 1 in, 100,000 planets like that, but there's trillions of planets. So yeah, there can be life anywhere. But us being alive at the same.
That life doesn't necessarily have to be humanoid. It could be bacteria. It could be, a plant. It could be anything.
What happened to
space fish?
What happened 100,000 years ago when our planet was all dinosaurs? They come here and looked for smart, intelligent life. You think that same exact time in history out of 15 billion years that they're going to come here at the exact time that we got life? Even if they came here and looked at our life, they'd say, you're screwed up, man. We need to get the hell out.
Define smart, because dinosaurs for their time were smart because they were surviving, right? I mean, they had some kind of intelligence, not like we have, but they have some kind of intelligence because they survived.
What kind of intelligence do we have?
Well, we have the intelligence to create things and stuff like that. And
what are we comparing this to? I mean, that's what I'm asking. I mean, what are you comparing this to?
Well,
we're smarter than our pet rock. I know that.
Yeah. That's the difference between us and some other animals. We are able to create stuff and use tools, and there's only a few other animals that do that. I think chimps
that we know of.
Yeah, that chimps do. Chimps do.
Octopus does it.
I'm just saying, we're comparing ourselves to what we know of. We're not comparing ourselves to what anything else is. I mean,
octopus has been known to use tools, believe it or not. The octopus, it has 9 brains.
Yeah, they do to crack open oysters and stuff. But what I'm saying is, we're trying to compare ourselves, because we're putting ourselves at the top of the stack, like we're the most intelligent thing that ever existed.
No, I'm not saying that, but you just said like
we're the only animals that ever have compassion and caring, and that will.
Oh, I got breaking news. Cool. Right, this is important. Okay, Cuba's government, right? Cuba's government has put out a report saying that it's looking to make Bitcoin into a spendable form of cash in Cuba.
Wow.
Interesting.
It's actually huge. I mean, that's fucking huge. Cuba?
It is.
That'll be the second one, right? Next to, like, El Salvador?
Yeah.
I think the U.S. tried to kill that.
Argentina is pushing forward, too. There's other countries as well. Very interesting times that we're entering. That's all I got to say.
I'll give you 5,000 for each Bitcoin you got.
Does it mean that they abandoned their...
It doesn't make sense. It's worth fucking almost 50K.
Yeah, I was about to say.
What do you mean? I'll give you 5,000 for each Bitcoin.
Try. It was a good try. I mean, damn.
Hey, AK, I'll give you $5 for each Bitcoin.
$5? Jesus Christ!
There's capitalism, and then there's predatory capitalism.
Does it mean that they abandoned their current money and go over into Bitcoin, or what?
No. It does not mean, just like El Salvador, they did not abandon their current currency. They just allow people to have an option on spending crypto. And to allow the shops to accept crypto and all of the businesses over there. So that's what El Salvador did. And I could see that actually also happening for Cuba as well. And other countries.
So they have actually done two currencies.
Correct.
Normal currency and one cryptocurrency. Okay.
First step of tying it to their currency.
Well, no, they're not trying to tie it to the currency. They've said that they won't get rid of their regular currency. They just said that they are going to have Bitcoin as a legal tender in their country, meaning it is accepted as legal tender, meaning people can spend it in their country for products.
And the country will be able to sort of collect it, store it, use it.
Well, the country can, yes, but also the merchants and business owners can they're forced actually to accept Bitcoin. So,
and now having that, it would create some form of stability, would it not?
Depending on the
price of Bitcoin.
Depending on how things go. I mean, like, for the past couple cycles for Bitcoin, it's gone up massively and then crashed like 90%. Well, not 90%. Well, altcoins crash 90%. Bitcoin crashes more like 40%, 50% sometimes. So, we have to see how things go, but it could start to stabilize Bitcoin, to be honest, because it's now being accepted in more forms.
Time will tell whether it's beneficial for both.
Yeah, right.
I think AK is having a boner over this. Har har.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, you're the big crypto fanatic, so that's why I said that.
Guys, it's 10 in the morning here. Shouldn't we end the show?
No, you have to stay up until it's 1 p.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah, deal with it.
Oh, let the Dutchman sleep, AK.
Oh my god.
Did you say let the Dutchman sleep?
The Dutchmen, because there's two of them in the chat.
Oh, Dutchmen. Oh, okay.
The Flying Dutchman.
The lobby Dutchman.
Oh.
Should I give the PSA or?
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
I mean, you didn't even talk about Afghanistan, okay? You did. You clickbaited about fucking Afghanistan, and you didn't even talk about it.
Afghanistan. Taliban sucks.
Don't trade food stamps for bitcoins.
Yes. Alright, y'all. Anonymous PSA. Make sure to spam neuter your politicians and lobbyists and bankers and royalty and military contractors and the Taliban.
I'm pretty sure you said spray
with the name Biden.
Oh, I said spam neuter politicians. Spam and neuter.